Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Kira. The adrenaline of a successful delivery is a specific kind of high. It's a clean, electric hum under my skin, a potent cocktail of relief, professional pride, and the profound, humbling awe of bringing life into the world. Tonight, it was twin girls, both screaming with the indignant fury of the newly born. For a few perfect, chaotic hours in the delivery room, I was Dr. Freeman, a woman of purpose and control. The high lasts for the entire drive home, a glittering shield against the silence that waits for me. The moment I step out of the car in our building's private garage, the shield cracks. The silence here is different from the focused quiet of a hospital late at night. It's a dead, sterile thing, thick with the smell of money and marble. By the time the elevator doors slide open directly into our penthouse foyer, the high is gone, leaving behind a familiar, aching hollow. Home. The word tastes like a lie in my mouth. This is a gallery, a showroom, a monument to a life we were supposed to be living. Floor-to-ceiling windows display the glittering sprawl of the city like a piece of art we own. Low-slung Italian furniture sits perfectly arranged on a silk rug. There isn't a single thing out of place. Not a book, not a glass, not a soul. My heels click against the polished concrete floors. An unnervingly loud rhythm in the quiet. I drop my keys into a crystal bowl on the console table, the clatter echoing through the cavernous space. No response. I knew there wouldn't be. My path from the foyer to the master suite is a straight line, but my feet always hesitate at the same point. Halfway down the hall, at the door that used to be a guest room, and was, for 5 blissful months, destined for something more. Now, it's his secondary office. The crash space, he calls it. For when he's on a late call with the European markets and doesn't want to disturb me. A kindness that feels more like an excuse to build another wall. I stop, my body acting on a muscle memory of grief. My fingers, of their own accord, lift and ghost over the smooth, cold wood of the door. There's no nameplate. No whimsical decal of cartoon animals. Just a door. But I can still see it. The Pinterest board I'd spent weeks curating, the paint swatches we'd argued playfully over. He wanted a calming cerulean blue. I wanted a warm, sunny yellow. "It's a room for sleeping, Kira," he'd said, his arms wrapped around me from behind, his chin resting on my shoulder as we stood in this exact spot. His voice was a low, happy rumble against my ear. Not a room for landing a 747. Let's not blind the poor kid. I'd laughed, tilting my head back to kiss him. It's called optimism, Eugene. A bright, happy room for a bright, happy baby. The memory dissolves, leaving a bitter residue. I pull my hand back like I've been burned. Bright and happy are colors from a different lifetime. His primary study is at the far end of the penthouse, its heavy oak door slightly ajar. A sliver of golden light spills onto the hallway floor. I follow it, my footsteps slowing, my body bracing for the inevitable, excruciating dance of politeness. I push the door open. The room smells of old leather, expensive whiskey, and the faint, sterile scent of his ambition. He's exactly where I knew he'd be. Behind a mahogany desk the size of a small car, staring at a bank of monitors displaying flashing green and red numbers. His suit jacket is off, slung over the back of his chair. His tie is loosened, but he still looks like he's in a boardroom. He carries the weight of pain pharmaceuticals in the tension of his shoulders. He doesn't look up. He never does. Not right away. He has to finish the thought, the email, the trade. The world has to wait. I am part of the world. I hover in the doorway, the silence stretching. I count the ticks of the antique clock on his mantelpiece. 8. On the 9th, he finally speaks, his eyes still fixed on the screen. Late 1. His voice is calm, controlled, the same voice he uses to address shareholders after a less than stellar quarter. Twins, I say, my own voice carefully neutral. I refuse to let it crack. The Jacksons, 2 healthy girls, 5 pounds, 6 ounces, and 5 pounds, 8. Good. That's good. He makes a few clicks with his mouse. He could be ordering a missile strike or a pizza. There's no way to tell. The market in Tokyo is responding well to the Phase 3 data. I feel a familiar icy chill creep up my spine. The data. It's always about the data. I'm sure it is. I manage. My hands clench into fists at my sides. I can feel the faint tremor in my fingers, a telltale sign of my fraying control. Don't. I tell myself. Don't start. He finally swivels his chair to face me. His blue eyes, usually so sharp and focused, seem to look straight through me. He looks tired, older than his 38 years. Did you eat? It's the question he always asks. The one safe, functional inquiry that allows him to feign the role of a concerned husband without having to engage in any actual emotion. It's a box to be checked. I'm not hungry. You should eat, Kira. It's almost midnight. I'll grab a yogurt later. I want to scream at him. Ask me about my day. Ask me how it felt to hold 2 perfect screaming babies in my arms. Ask me if I cried on the way home. Ask me anything that matters. But I don't. Because I know the answer would be a carefully measured, logical response that would break me more than the silence does. He nods, accepting my answer. The conversation, for all its pathetic brevity, is over. He's already turning back to his screens, his duty done. I'll be in late. Don't wait up. I never do. I whisper, but he doesn't hear me. I retreat, pulling the door closed with a soft click, and the sliver of golden light is gone. In the master suite, the ritual begins. We have a closet the size of a New York studio apartment, but we still manage to move around each other like strangers in a crowded elevator. He comes in minutes after me, stripping off his work clothes and heading for the shower. I'm already at my vanity, removing my makeup, my eyes fixed on my own reflection. I see the exhaustion etched around my eyes, the professional mask I wear all day, now completely gone, leaving behind a woman I barely recognize. I automatically begin my nightly routine, my fingers massaging a dollop of shea butter into my scalp before twisting my hair and covering it with a silk scarf. It's a familiar, grounding motion, a small piece of myself that remains unchanged. When he emerges from the bathroom, a towel slung low on his hips, I'm already in bed, on my side, facing the window. The vast expanse of our California king bed stretches between us, a cold white tundra. He moves to his side, the mattress barely dipping under his weight. He doesn't reach for me. He hasn't, not in months. The lights go out. The only illumination comes from the city below, casting long skeletal shadows across the room. I lie there, my body rigid, listening to the sound of his breathing, waiting for it to even out into the rhythm of sleep. My mind, unburdened by the distractions of the day, goes to the one place it always goes in the dark. It drifts back 10 months, back to the day he came home, his eyes blazing with a passion I hadn't seen since he first acquired a major competitor. He was holding a sleek white prospectus. "This is it, Kay," he'd said, his voice thrumming with excitement. He'd spread the documents across our kitchen island. "Virtuosa. It's going to change everything. No more morning sickness, better nutrient absorption, reduced risk of preeclampsia. It's perfect. I traced the elegant logo with my finger, my heart swelling with pride for him. It sounds revolutionary, Eugene. It is, he'd confirmed, his hands finding my waist and pulling me close. And I want you to be a part of it. We're doing a final confidential trial phase before the big FDA push, the founders cohort, friends, family, board members. An act of complete faith. I want you to be the first. He'd framed it as a testament to our partnership, a meeting of our two worlds. His pharmaceutical genius and my medical expertise. He, the creator, me, the ultimate beneficiary. I, a doctor, a scientist, saw the beauty in it, the trust. I'd said yes without a moment's hesitation, feeling like the proudest wife in the world. Now, lying in the suffocating silence of our bedroom, his back a rigid wall just inches from me, the memory twists into something ugly, an act of ultimate trust and faith. Or was it an act of ultimate hubris? He hadn't put me on a pedestal. He'd put me in a petri dish. And I, the brilliant Dr. Kira Freeman, had willingly climbed right in, never once thinking to question the man who held the glass. Chapter 2. Kira. And then Dr. Google said that if the nausea goes away in the second trimester, it could be a sign of a hormonal plateau, which can lead to placental insufficiency. But then another site said that feeling good is a sign that the baby is thriving. But it could also mean I'm just one of the lucky ones who is about to be very, very unlucky. My patient, Melissa, a first-time mom with a law degree and an anxiety level that could power a small city, is vibrating on the exam table. Her knuckles are white where she's gripping the paper sheet. I offer her a calm, slow smile, the one I've perfected over years. It's my everything is under control smile. It's also a complete lie, but she doesn't need to know that. My life can be a dumpster fire. Hers cannot. Melissa, let's take a breath. Together. I inhale deeply, holding it until she mirrors me. She lets it out in a shaky, hiccuping sob. I'm sorry, Dr. Freeman. It's just, I want this so badly. What if I mess it up? I pull my rolling stool closer, my voice dropping into a softer, more intimate register. You are not going to mess this up. Your job right now is to grow a healthy baby. My job is to handle the medical side. And Dr. Google, I say, tapping her phone screen, which is still open to a terrifying forum post, is officially fired, effective immediately. A watery laugh escapes her. It's a start. But the nausea is a fickle beast, I finish for her. For some women, it's a constant companion. For others, it's a guest who has the good sense to leave after the first trimester. Your blood pressure is perfect. The baby's heartbeat is strong and steady at 150. Everything I am seeing here points to a healthy, boring, and completely on-track pregnancy. I grab the ultrasound wand, warming the gel in my hands. Want to see for yourself? Her face transforms, the fear melting away, replaced by a pure, unadulterated hope that almost makes my own chest ache. Really? It's the one part of the job that never gets old. I dim the lights. The room goes quiet, save for the hum of the machine. I guide the wand over her belly, and a grainy black and white universe appears on the screen. And there it is, a tiny thrumming flicker of life, a miracle the size of a plum. The rhythmic, powerful thump, thump, thump of a heartbeat fills the room, a sound so potent that it feels like it's shaking the foundations of the building. Melissa's hand covers her mouth, her eyes overflowing. Oh my God. See? I keep my voice steady, my tone light and professional, even as my own throat tightens. Everything is exactly as it should be. I walk her through the tiny developing limbs, the curve of a spine. For these 10 minutes, I am not a grieving woman living in a silent museum with a stranger for a husband. I am Dr. Freeman, a purveyor of miracles, a navigator of the universe inside the womb. I am competent. I am in control. This is my sanctuary. When I leave the exam room, my smile is still firmly in place. It's my professional armor. I'm scribbling notes in Melissa's chart when a cheerful voice cut through my concentration. There she is, our miracle worker. I look up to see Dr. Ben Carter leaning against the nurse's station, a goofy, infectious grin on his face. Ben's one of the best pediatricians at the hospital and a notorious gossip. He's harmless, but his lack of a filter is legendary. "Just doing my job, Ben," I reply, clipping the chart back into the rack. "Yeah, but you do it with style." He gestures with the tablet in his hand. "Just saw the news alert. Pain Pharma stock is up another 12%. Virtuosa is going to be bigger than penicillin. You do know that, right?" My smile tightens at the edges. "I've heard it has potential." "Potential?" He laughs, a loud booming sound that turns a few heads. "Kira, your husband is a certified genius. He's going to make $1 billion and save 1 million babies. You two are the ultimate power couple. Seriously, taking over the medical world, one boardroom and one delivery room at a time." Every word is a tiny, precise stab. Power couple, genius, save 1 million babies. The irony is so thick I feel like I'm choking on it. I need to end this conversation. Now. I give a small, self-deprecating shrug. Someone's got to do it. He doesn't pick up on the chill in my tone. He never does. He leans in conspiratorially, his voice dropping. "So, speaking of babies, when are you and the genius going to get on that? I mean, come on. The hospital's top OBGYN and a pharmaceutical king? Your kids are going to come out with MBAS and medical degrees. The gene pool demands it." The armor cracks. For a split second, I can't breathe. The air is sucked from my lungs, and the cheerful, brightly lit hallway seems to tilt. I can feel the blood draining from my face. My hand instinctively flies to my stomach, a phantom gesture of a life that isn't there. Ben's smile finally falters as he registers my expression. "Kay, you okay? You look a little pale." I force a breath, then another. The professional mask slams back into place, patched together with sheer force of will. I conjure a laugh, a brittle, hollow sound. "Just a long night, and the gene pool can wait. We're still trying to figure out who has to take the trash out." His face clears, relief washing over it. He's off the hook. Right. The important stuff." He taps my arm. "Well, don't work too hard. And tell Eugene congrats from me." "Will do." I lie. I watch him walk away. His cheerful obliviousness a weapon he doesn't even know he wields. I stand there for a full minute, my feet rooted to the floor, until a nurse asks if I need something. I shake my head and make a beeline for the one safe place I have left. My office. The second the door clicks shut behind me, the mask doesn't just slip, it shatters into 1 million pieces. My shoulders slump, and my forehead thuds against the cool wood of the door. I drag in a deep, shuddering breath that feels like my first in an hour. My office is my haven. The walls are covered in diplomas and awards, testaments to a life built on discipline and achievement. Bookshelves are crammed with medical texts. On the corner of my desk sits a silver frame, holding a collage of smiling faces, the hundreds of babies I've helped bring into this world. My wall of triumphs. Today, it feels like a wall of accusations. Ben's words echo in the quiet room. Power couple. Save 1 million babies. When are you going to get on that? The grief I keep so tightly coiled in my chest unwinds. A venomous, coiling thing. It's not just grief for the baby. It's a furious, helpless rage. At my body for failing me, at Ben for his casual cruelty, at Eugene for his cold, calculated distance, and at myself, because the memory from last night is no longer a hazy, dreamlike thing. It's sharp and clear. Eugene's voice, thrumming with passion as he sold me on his vision. The founder's cohort, an act of ultimate faith. What a fool I was. I, a woman of science, seduced by a romantic notion. I, a doctor who counsels patients every single day on the risks and benefits of clinical trials, waived my own due diligence for my husband. I let him enroll me, I took the pills, I signed the consent forms without reading the fine print. All because I loved him, because I trusted him. My fists are clenched so tight my nails bite into my palms. I welcome the pain. It's a real, tangible sensation. In a world that has become numb and gray, the trust is gone. The love is, I don't even know what it is anymore. It's a ghost limb, an ache for something that's been amputated. All that's left is this hollow, empty space, and a decision. I walk over to my desk, my movements stiff, robotic. I sink into my leather chair and pull my laptop towards me. My hands are trembling, but my purpose is clear. The polite conversations, the empty bed, the silent dinners. They aren't a rough patch. They are a slow, agonizing death, and I can't do it anymore. I open the browser. The cursor blinks on the search bar, a steady, taunting pulse. My fingers hover over the keys. It's just a search, a few words typed into a void, but it feels like a vow, a point of no return. My breath catches in my throat. I type, "Top divorce lawyers, Los Angeles." The results load instantly, a list of smiling, confident faces in expensive suits, promising painless, efficient endings. My heart thunders against my ribs, a frantic, trapped bird. I slam the laptop shut, the crack of the plastic echoing in the silent office. My own reflection stares back at me from the dark screen, a pale, terrified stranger.
Chapter 3. Eugene. Which brings us to the Q4 forecast. I gesture to the projection on the far wall of the boardroom, a clean, upward-trending graph in Payne Pharmaceuticals' signature blue. With the anticipated fast-track approval of Virtuosa, we're not just looking at a 15% increase in the prenatal division. We're looking at market dominance. This isn't a product. It's a paradigm shift. The 10 people around the long glass table are silent, their focus absolute. They are board members, investors, sharks who smell blood in the water. Only this time, it's the blue sky potential of a multi-billion-dollar revenue stream. My blood, my win. I own this room. I project an aura of unshakable confidence, from the precise cut of my suit to the calm, measured cadence of my voice. Control is my natural habitat. In here, I am not a man whose home is a mausoleum of grief. I'm not a husband who sleeps beside the ghost of his wife. In here, I am Eugene Payne, CEO, and I am winning. The initial data from the founders' cohort has been instrumental, I continue, the name of the cohort a piece of polished corporate branding that tastes like acid in my mouth. It's given us the qualitative narrative to support the quantitative evidence. It shows faith in the product from the inside out. My eyes scan the faces, nodding, impressed. They see a success story. They don't see the fine print. They don't see the cost. My gaze lands on the expensive Swiss watch on my wrist, a legacy from my father. Its ticking is a steady, relentless metronome counting down the seconds of my life. For a disorienting moment, the rhythmic beat morphs into the sound of a hospital heart monitor. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. The memory is a physical intrusion, a phantom pain behind my ribs. I force it down. Compartmentalize. That is how a pain succeeds. Any questions? I ask, my voice a smooth, cool stone skipping across the surface of my inner turmoil. A hand goes up. Daniel Schroeder, a hedge fund guy who's always looking for the angle. Eugene, the numbers are undeniable, but there are whispers of a competing compound in development over at Finch Biomech. Any concerns about them muddying the waters before you get to market? Finch. The name hangs in the air, a foul odor only I can smell. I give Daniel my most reassuring smile. It's a weapon I've honed over years of negotiations. Daniel, Alistair Finch has been chasing my family's shadow for a decade. He specializes in whispers and vaporware. We specialize in results. I tap the glowing graph on the screen. I'm not worried about ghosts. The board erupts in confident laughter. The tension is broken. The meeting is a success. But I'm worried about ghosts. An hour later, the boardroom is empty. The sharks have been fed. I'm in a smaller, more sterile conference room, my R&D war room, with Dr. Aris Thorne. Aris is a brilliant biochemist with a mind like a steel trap and a personality to match. She trusts data, not people. Usually, I appreciate that about her. Today, it's a problem. She slides a tablet across the table. On the screen is a confidential report from the Virtuosa trial. I've run the numbers 6 different ways, Eugene. The flagged events from the Westwood clinical site are tragic, of course, but statistically they are insignificant. I stare at the columns of data, the percentages, the p-values. It's all clean, logical, defensible, but my gut is screaming. 3 Aris, 3 miscarriages in a cohort of 50, all from the same location. You're telling me that's a coincidence? I am telling you that it does not rise to the level of statistical significance required to halt the trial or even issue a formal review, she clarifies, her tone clipped and precise. She pushes her glasses up her nose, a gesture of slight impatience. The algorithm flags any and all adverse events. 99% of them are statistical noise. This is noise. My finger traces the line of data for subject 7B-4. The clinical summary is brutally concise. Spontaneous fetal demise at 16 weeks. No underlying maternal conditions identified. Subject 7B-4. Kira. The report doesn't mention the silence that followed. The way she stared at the wall for a week. The way she still looks at me like I'm a stranger she's trapped in a house with. The data doesn't show any of that. It's the same pattern, I insist, keeping my voice low and even, betraying none of the cold dread coiling in my stomach. The same presentation, the same outcome. That's not noise. That's a signature. A signature of what? Aris challenges, her patience wearing thin. A flaw in the compound? Impossible. We've tested it on over 2,000 subjects prior to this phase. The mechanism of action is clean. If there were a flaw, we would have seen it system-wide, not in one isolated tiny cluster. Then it's something else. I push back, leaning forward. The facility, the staff, the distribution of the batch sent to that site. Something is wrong at the Westwood site, and you're telling me to ignore it because it doesn't fit neatly into your algorithm. I am telling you there is no scientific evidence to support your hypothesis, she counters, her voice like ice. We're talking about a multi-billion-dollar drug, the flagship of this company. We do not act on unsubstantiated hunches, Eugene, no matter how personal they may be. The unspoken words hang between us. Personal. She knows Kira was in the cohort. She thinks my judgment is clouded by my grief. Maybe it is. Or maybe my grief is the one thing allowing me to see clearly. Run it again, I order. Dig into every aspect of the Westwood site. I want to know just who delivered their batch, who dispensed it, who cleaned the floors that week. I want to know everything. Find me something. Aris sighs, a quiet hiss of resignation. She knows she's lost this argument. I'll start a preliminary audit, but my official report will state that there is no data to support this course of action. Noted, I say, dismissing her. She leaves, and I'm alone with the data, with the ghost of subject 7B-4. Aris is wrong. This isn't about a hunch. It's about knowing my enemies. I swivel my chair to face the wall of glass that makes up my office, looking out over the city I conquered. I built this empire by being smarter, faster, and more ruthless than anyone else. especially the man I displaced, Alistair Finch. My mind flashes back to that final brutal board meeting a decade ago. I had him cornered, his web of bad investments and failed projects exposed for everyone to see. He was my mentor, my father's oldest friend, and I gutted him without a second thought, because it was necessary, for the good of the company. I remember the look in his eyes as they escorted him out. It wasn't defeat. It was a cold, simmering promise of retribution. "You build your empires on the bones of better men, boy," he'd snarled, his voice a low poison. "But empires fall, and I will be there to watch it burn." Finch is a man who understands theatricality. He wouldn't just launch a competing drug. He wouldn't just try to poach my talent. That's business. This feels different. This feels personal. He wouldn't attack my company. He would attack my life. He'd find the one thing I care about more than the company and stick the knife in. He would attack Kira. The pieces click into place with sickening certainty. This isn't a flaw. It's an attack. Aris and her algorithms can't fight this. This is not a problem for a scientist. It's a problem for a different kind of expert. My hand goes to my phone, bypassing my assistant, my office line. I dial a number I haven't used in years, a number I know by heart. It rings twice. "Yes?" The voice on the other end is nondescript, professional. "Arthur, it's Eugene Payne." A beat of silence. I know who it is. To what do I owe the pleasure? "I have a situation. It requires a specialist. Security can be at your office in 30 minutes. I stare out at the sprawling city, at the 1,000 hidden corners where a threat could be hiding. "Not security," I clarify, my voice dropping. "Finesse, subtlety. I need someone who can solve a problem before anyone even knows a problem exists." Another pause. Arthur understands the language of the unsaid. "What kind of problem are we looking to solve, Eugene?" My eyes focus on a framed photo on my desk. Kira and me, a year ago, on a boat, her head thrown back in laughter. A woman from another lifetime. I need to protect an asset, and I need to find the source of a threat that doesn't officially exist. I take a breath, the decision hardening into steel in my gut. I need a ghost.
Chapter 4. Kira. The act of slamming my laptop shut yesterday felt like a declaration of war. A war against my marriage, against the life I'd so carefully constructed. Today I feel like a coward, a traitor, who has just blinked on the front lines. The list of lawyers I saved to my phone feels like a dirty secret, a betrayal I haven't even committed yet. So, I'm overcorrecting. It starts with a recipe card, tucked into an old cookbook I haven't opened since we moved into this mausoleum. The card is for coq au vin, written in my grandmother's elegant looping script. It was the first real meal I ever cooked for Eugene in my tiny post-residency apartment. He devoured it, then devoured me, right there on the cramped kitchen counter. The memory is so vivid, so full of warmth and laughter, that it feels like a transmission from another lifetime. Maybe a desperate, foolish part of my brain whispers, maybe I can get back there. So I cook. I spend the entire afternoon in our gleaming, state-of-the-art kitchen that usually only sees the efforts of a catering staff. I chop onions, my eyes watering. I sear chicken, the hiss and pop of the oil filling the oppressive silence. I pour in a generous amount of burgundy, the rich, dark aroma, a ghost of happier times. It's a ridiculous, theatrical gesture, a grand, domestic plea to a man who communicates in spreadsheets, but it's the only weapon I have left. I pack the finished dish into a thermal container, the warmth seeping into my hands. It feels like hope. It feels heavy. The drive to the Payne Pharmaceuticals tower is a slow crawl through downtown traffic. The building looms as I get closer, a monument of black glass and steel that seems to pierce the bruised twilight sky. It's Eugene's kingdom, a place where he is powerful and certain, a place where our shared grief can't touch him. "Good evening, Dr. Freeman." The security guard in the lobby greets me, his voice respectful but impersonal. He's known me for 3 years, and he still calls me Dr. Freeman, not Kira. Here, I am an extension of my husband, a title, not a person. "Evening, Mark. Is he still in his office?" "The CEO is always in his office," Mark says with a practiced smile. It's meant to be a compliment to my husband's work ethic. It lands like a confirmation of my loneliness. The elevator whisks me up to the 50th floor, the executive wing. The air up here is different, rarefied and still. The carpet is so thick it swallows the sound of my footsteps. It feels less like an office and more like a high-tech monastery where deals are the only prayers being answered. My heels sink into the plush runner as I make the long walk down the corridor to his corner office. The container of coq au vin feels heavier with every step, the gesture feeling more and more foolish. What am I doing here? Playing the part of the dutiful wife from a 1950s sitcom? I reach his door, 2 massive slabs of dark oak, and find one of them is slightly ajar. I can hear the low murmur of voices from within. I raise my hand to knock, but something stops me. The tone. It's Eugene's voice, but it's not his boardroom voice. It's not the smooth, commanding baritone he uses to charm investors. This is something else. Something low, guttural, and laced with a fury I haven't heard in years. It's a sound from before. From the man, not the CEO. Curiosity and a cold, creeping dread makes me pause. I lean in just slightly, my ear tilted toward the opening. The container is tucked under one arm, my peace offering clutched to my chest. Through the crack in the door, I can see him. His back is to me, his body a rigid line of tension in his perfectly tailored suit. He's standing in the middle of the room, not behind the safety of his desk. And he's not alone. He's with Dahlia, his executive assistant. Dahlia is always the picture of professional perfection. Polished, efficient, and utterly unflappable. But it's what Eugene is doing that makes the air in my lungs turn to ice. His hands are on her shoulders, gripping her with a white-knuckled intensity. From my angle, I can't see her face, only the back of her sleek dark hair. Is he shaking her, threatening her, comforting her? His body language is a violent storm of intent, and my mind, already primed for the worst, starts filling in the blanks. And then I hear his words. The sound is a low hiss, each word a venomous dart. "She can never find out about this. I'll handle it." The world stops. The hushed hum of the office ventilation system fades away. The distant city sounds vanish. All I can hear is the frantic, panicked rush of blood in my ears, and his words, echoing over and over in the sudden, deafening silence of my mind. She can never find out about this. Me. It can only be me. This. My gaze is glued to the scene, to his hands on her shoulders, to the shocking, raw intimacy of the confrontation. My mind, a skilled diagnostician, trained to assess symptoms and arrive at a logical conclusion, takes in the evidence. The months of coldness, the empty space in our bed, the secrets, his fury, his hands on another woman, the desperate, damning words. The diagnosis is instantaneous. It's terminal. The warmth from the food container leaches away, leaving a dead, cold weight in my hands. The rich, hopeful aroma of the meal I spent all afternoon preparing now smells cloying, like funeral flowers. The memory of me, laughing in my tiny apartment kitchen years ago, flashes in my mind. A cruel taunt from a ghost. What a fool I was. What a naive, stupid, hopeful fool. I don't make a sound. My body moves on its own, a machine executing a single command. Escape. I take one step back, then another. My movements slow, robotic. I feel nothing, just a vast Arctic emptiness where my heart used to be. I turn and walk back down the long, silent corridor. My reflection is a distorted stranger in the polished marble walls. I pass the executive reception desk. The receptionist gives me a bright, vacant smile. "Leaving so soon, Dr. Freeman?" I think I nod. I might even smile back. The professional mask is a reflex, a twitch of muscles that no longer have any feeling behind them. I don't remember the elevator ride down. I don't remember walking through the lobby. The next thing I know, I'm standing on the cold pavement of the street, the city lights blurring around me. The thermal container is still clutched in my hands. My last desperate peace offering. My final pathetic attempt. I look at the container, at this tangible symbol of my foolish, stubborn hope, and with a sudden, calm clarity, I know what I have to do. I walk to the nearest public trash can, the lid swinging open with a metallic groan. I let go. The container drops into the darkness with a dull, final thud. The hope I walked in with is gone, buried in a stranger's trash. All that's left is the cold, hard weight of the truth. Chapter 5. Kira. The law offices of Smith & Associates are on the 19th floor of a sleek glass tower in Century City that looks like it was designed to intimidate. The lobby is a minimalist masterpiece of white marble and abstract art. It's the kind of place where problems aren't solved. They are liquidated. The name on my laptop screen yesterday, the one that seemed to radiate the most quiet, lethal competence, was Simone Smith. Her bio was short and brutally effective. Wharton MBA, Stanford Law, specializes in high-asset, high-profile marital dissolutions. There was a photo of a stunning, sharp-eyed black woman with a smile that was both warm and utterly non-negotiable. I hired her before my courage could desert me. Now, sitting in her corner office, with a panoramic view of the Hollywood Hills, I feel like one of my own patients, waiting for a bad diagnosis. Simone Smith is even more formidable in person. She's dressed in a cream-colored sheath dress that probably cost more than my first car, her braids coiled into an elegant chignon. She hasn't taken her eyes off me since I sat down. It's not an unkind gaze, but it's analytical. She's assessing me, looking for cracks. "Dr. Freeman," she begins, her voice as smooth and cool as the glass of water her assistant placed in front of me. "Thank you for coming in. My assistant tells me this is a matter of some urgency." I nod, my hands clasped tightly in my lap. I've rehearsed this. I will present the facts, just like I would in a medical consultation. Objective, clinical, detached. My husband and I have reached a point of irreconcilable differences, I state, the words sounding stilted and foreign, like I'm reading from a script. I would like to understand the process of filing for a dissolution of marriage. Simone leans forward slightly, her pen tapping a soft rhythmic beat against a leather-bound notepad. It's the only sound in the room. Of course. California is a no-fault state. You don't need to prove wrongdoing. The timeline can vary, but the process is straightforward. She pauses, her gaze sharpening. When would you say the marriage began to irretrievably break down? I think of the silence, the empty side of the bed, the meal I threw in a public trash can. Approximately 6 months ago, following a significant personal loss. "I'm sorry to hear that," she says, and at last her voice holds a genuine note of empathy. It almost undoes me. I steel myself, reinforcing the wall. Emotion has no place here. "And the assets?" She continues, all business again. "I assume they are substantial. Is your name on the deed to your primary residence?" "Yes. A penthouse in Westwood. We own it outright." I remember the day we bought it. Eugene had carried me over the threshold, promising we'd fill every room with joy. Another broken promise. "Any other properties? Vacation homes? Investment properties? A condo in Mammoth? A small vineyard in Napa?" The words come out of my mouth, but they don't feel like they belong to me. They are just a list of things, expensive things that have no meaning. Stocks? Bonds? And I have to ask, Dr. Freeman, do you hold any stock in Pain Pharmaceuticals? The name of his company lands like a stone in the pit of my stomach. I have some vested shares from an early buy program for executive spouses. The majority, of course, belongs to him. It's a family company. I understand. Simone makes a note. Under California community property law, any assets or income acquired during the marriage are generally divided 50-50. That includes appreciation on separate property. His stock value has increased significantly in the last year, I imagine? Yes, I say, my voice barely a whisper. Virtuosa, the paradigm shift. Then your community share could be considerable. She looks up from her notes. Kira. The use of my first name is a deliberate, tactical shift. The room suddenly feels smaller, more intimate. You're a doctor. I'm a lawyer. We're both trained to maintain a professional distance from our work. It's a survival mechanism. She sets her pen down, her full attention on me. But in this room, you don't have to be Dr. Freeman, the stoic professional. You can just be Kira. So, tell me. Not the legal facts. Just tell me what happened. Her direct, gentle command bypasses all my defenses. The clinical wall I've so carefully constructed begins to crumble. My throat tightens, and I have to swallow hard against the sudden lump forming there. He's not there. I finally manage, the words feeling raw and exposed. He's gone. I mean, his body is there. He comes home every night. We sleep in the same bed. But the man I married, he's gone. And I'm living with a ghost in a very beautiful, very empty house. The last part comes out on a choked breath. I stop, horrified by my own vulnerability. I grip my hands together until my knuckles are white, trying to regain my composure. Simone just nods, her expression unreadable but patient. She lets the silence sit for a moment before she continues, her voice soft but clear. Okay, here's what happens next. We will file a petition for dissolution. We will need to serve him the papers. From there, we begin the process of discovery, which is where we get a full accounting of all assets. We'll draft a settlement agreement that covers the asset division and, if necessary, spousal support. The legal terms are like blows. Dissolution. Asset division. It's the language of demolition. They aren't just words. They are the tools that will be used to dismantle my life, piece by painful piece. The reality of it, the cold procedural finality, makes the air in the room feel thin. I feel a wave of dizziness, and the spectacular view of the city outside her window seems to blur at the edges. Dr. Freeman, Kira? Simone's voice cuts through the fog. I blink, forcing the world back into focus. I'm fine. I understand. It's a lot to take in, she says, her gaze softening again. This is the hardest part, the first step. I leave her office an hour later with a leather-bound folder full of documents and a hollow feeling in my chest. The bright California sun feels aggressively cheerful as I stride out of the building's air-conditioned chill. The sounds of the city, the traffic, the sirens, the chatter of people on the street are a jarring, chaotic symphony. I make it halfway down the block when it hits me, a sudden, violent wave of nausea. My hand flies to my mouth and I stumble to the side, leaning heavily against the cool stone wall of a bank. I close my eyes, taking deep, steadying breaths, just as I'd coached Melissa to do this morning. It's just stress, I tell myself, my medical brain kicking in to diagnose my own misery, a classic vasovagal response. The emotional trauma of the meeting is manifesting physically. It's psychosomatic. I'm so busy rationalizing, so focused on finding a logical, clinical explanation for the turmoil in my body that I almost miss the other signs. The faint, lingering dizziness, the exhaustion that has been my constant companion for weeks. The fact that my period, usually as reliable as a Swiss watch, is over a week late. A detail I had conveniently blamed on. What else? Stress. The nausea recedes, leaving me shaky and weak. I push myself off the wall and continue walking, my steps unsteady. I stop at the corner, waiting for the light to change, and catch my reflection in the dark, tinted window of a town car waiting at the curb. I see a pale, haunted-looking woman who looks nothing like the confident doctor who started her day this morning. I look tired. I look broken. But it's something else, a flicker of memory, a ghost of a symptom from a past life that makes my breath catch in my throat. Nausea, dizziness, fatigue, a missed period. The symptoms line up in my mind, a perfect, terrifying constellation. My doctor brain, the cold, analytical part of me that has been my shield all day, makes the diagnosis in a mere second. A diagnosis that my heart, my soul refuses to accept. My hand, of its own accord, drifts down to my flat stomach. A silent, desperate question. I stare at my own wide, horrified eyes in the reflection. No, I whisper to the stranger in the glass, the city noise fading to a dull roar. Oh God, it's not possible. Chapter 6. Kira. I'm on autopilot. One foot in front of the other, moving through the bustling afternoon crowds of Westwood. The world is a blur of noise and color, but I'm encased in a bubble of cold, silent dread. My own whispered words from the street corner, "It's not possible," are echoing in my head, a desperate, frantic prayer. My body carries me into the nearest CVS. The assault on the senses is immediate. The harsh fluorescent lighting, the cloying scent of cheap perfume and floor wax, the tinny sound of a forgotten 80s pop song playing overhead. It's the most mundane, aggressively normal place in the world, and I have never felt more disconnected from reality. I walk past the aisle of greeting cards, the rows of candy, the wall of cosmetics. I am a ghost haunting the land of the living. My target is in the back, tucked away discreetly between foot care and digestive health, family planning. The boxes are a rainbow of cheerful, optimistic packaging, promises of fast results, 99.9% accuracy, digital reassurances. It all looks like a cruel joke. I grab the most expensive one, the digital test that leaves no room for doubt, no line to misinterpret. My hands are clammy, and the box feels slippery in my grasp. To hide the purchase, I grab a bottle of water I don't want and a pack of mints I'll never eat. At the checkout, I place the items on the counter, the pregnancy test face down. The cashier, a young woman with vibrant purple hair and a bored expression, scans them without comment. "That'll be $28.53, she says, snapping her gum. I fumble with my wallet, my fingers feeling thick and clumsy. I hand her my credit card, avoiding her gaze, convinced that the word pregnant is somehow flashing in neon letters on my forehead. She hands the card back. I sign. It's a simple, everyday transaction, but it feels monumental, like I'm signing a contract with fate. Back in the silent, empty penthouse, the box sits on the marble countertop of our master bathroom, an explosive device waiting to detonate my life. I stare at it, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. My brain, my traitorous, clinical brain, is in overdrive, trying to wrestle control from the panic. It's throwing facts at me like a shield. The incidence of false positives in modern HCG immunoassays is less than 0.5%. The primary causes are user error, or in rare cases, certain types of ovarian tumors or pituitary gland issues, for which you have no other symptoms. A late period following a significant emotional trauma is common. Nausea can be psychosomatic. You are a doctor. You know all of this. Be logical. But logic has no place here. This is the realm of raw, primal fear. With a deep, shuddering breath, I tear open the box. The plastic test stick feels both flimsy and impossibly heavy. I read the instructions, every word of which I already know by heart, a desperate act of procrastination. Finally, there's nothing left to do but face the truth. I take the test. I set the stick down on the clean white counter next to the chrome faucet. The instructions say to wait 3 minutes. 3 minutes to decide the rest of my life. I set the timer on my phone, the click of the button echoing in the cavernous bathroom. The wait is a special kind of torture. I can't stand still. I pace the length of the cold marble floor, from the glass-walled shower to the double sinks. I catch my reflection in the mirror and see a stranger. Her eyes are wide with terror, her skin pale. She looks like a patient, not a doctor. I see the vast, empty space behind me, the walk-in closet with his suits hanging neatly on one side and my clothes on the other, a clear line of demarcation between them. The bedroom beyond, with its cold, unslept-in bed. This is not a home for a baby. This is not a home for a family. My mind flashes to the coq au vin, now rotting in a public trash can, to the divorce lawyer's folder, sitting on my desk like a verdict. I was so sure of my path just this morning. Leave him. Start over. Reclaim my life. It was a clean, albeit painful, amputation. But this is a complication. A messy, terrifying, life-altering complication. The timer on my phone chimes. A shrill, piercing sound that makes me jump. My pacing stops. My breath catches in my throat. For a second, I consider not looking. I could just throw it away, walk out of this bathroom, and pretend this never happened. But I can't. I am a scientist. I need the data. My feet feel like lead as I walk back to the counter. I look down. The small digital window is no longer blank. It's bright and clear and cruelly unambiguous. Pregnant. The word pulses on the tiny screen. One word. A universe of meaning. The facts from my brain, the logic, the probabilities. They all evaporate. There is only the searing, blinding truth of that word. The air is sucked from my lungs. I grip the edge of the counter to keep from falling, my knuckles turning white. There is no joy. There is no relief. There is no rush of maternal bliss. There is only a tidal wave of pure, primal terror. It's so potent it feels like it's going to drown me. My hand covers my mouth to stifle a sob that claws its way up my throat. My other hand goes to my stomach, a gesture of pure animal instinct. But it's not a caress. It's a shield. A desperate, futile attempt to protect this tiny, impossible life from the world, from my broken marriage, from my own body. The thought hits me just like a physical blow, a kick to the gut that leaves me gasping for air. Virtuosa. The name of his drug, his miracle, his paradigm shift, explodes in my mind. The drug I took for months. The drug that was coursing through my veins when I lost the first baby. My doctor brain re-engages, but this time it's not a shield. It's a weapon turned against me. It's firing questions with terrifying speed. What is the half-life of the primary compound? Is it lipid-soluble? Does it accumulate in fatty tissues? How long does it remain in the system after the last dose? What did the animal trials show about subsequent conception? Was there evidence of teratogenicity? I remember the glossy, perfect prospectus. I remember the charts, the graphs, the endless pages of data. And I remember the single sterile line item that now defines my entire existence. Subject 7, B-4, the statistical ghost in Eugene's machine. The data point that represents my greatest loss. Oh God. This baby. This new fragile life is currently floating in a womb that I now realize might be a toxic environment. It is being nourished by a body that is still saturated with an experimental, unproven pharmaceutical. The danger isn't a vague future possibility. It's here. It's now. It's inside me. The terror transforms. It morphs into something harder, sharper, A cold, diamond-hard resolve. The indecision, the fear, the grief, it all burns away, leaving behind a single, unshakable purpose. Protect this child. And to do that, I need answers. I need the truth. I need the data he tried to dismiss as a statistical ghost. There is only one person who has it. My movements are now calm, deliberate. I leave the pregnancy test on the counter. Its single glowing word, an indictment. I come out of the bathroom, move across the bedroom, and pick up my phone from the nightstand. I find his name in my contacts. Eugene. My thumb hovers over the screen for only a second. There is no more doubt, no more hesitation. I press the call button. It rings once, twice. Kira? His voice comes through the speaker, laced with a faint, surprised concern. Is everything okay? I stand in the middle of our silent, empty bedroom, my hand resting on my stomach, a shield of bone and flesh. My own voice, when it comes out, is a stranger's, devoid of any emotion save a cold, steely resolve. We need to talk, tonight.
Chapter 7. Eugene. Kira's voice on the phone was a weapon. A single, perfectly polished sentence delivered with the cold, sterile precision of a scalpel, designed to cut me open. We need to talk. Tonight. Not a request. A summons. So, for the entire 40-minute drive home, I do what I do best. I strategize. I prepare for a hostile negotiation. I sit in the back of the Maybach, the city lights blurring past the tinted windows, and I game out the scenarios. Scenario A. She's reached a breaking point over my work hours. Solution. A tactical retreat. I'll cancel my upcoming trip to Zurich. I will delegate the Q4 earnings call. I will promise to be home by 7 every night for the rest of the month. A logical, measurable concession. Scenario B. She's still angry about the argument we had last week, the one that consisted of 5 sentences of weaponized silence. Solution. An emotional appeal, grounded in logic. Acknowledge the shared trauma. Propose a structured therapeutic intervention. Marriage counseling. A neutral third party to mediate the dispute. Scenario C. The unlikely outlier. She somehow saw or overheard my intense discussion with Dahlia yesterday. Solution. A carefully managed disclosure. Frame it as a corporate security issue, which it is. Reassure her that it had nothing to do with our personal life, which is the truth. I walk into the penthouse armed with a full slate of talking points, counter-arguments, and a 5-step plan for de-escalation. I am prepared for tears, for anger, for accusations. I am prepared to manage this crisis just as I would manage a volatile market fluctuation. I am prepared to win. I am not prepared for the scene in the kitchen. She's standing on the far side of the massive marble island, which we haven't shared a meal at in months. The overhead lights are on full blast, turning the room into a stark, white interrogation chamber. She's wearing simple black slacks and a gray cashmere sweater. She looks calm, composed. It's the same terrifying stillness she had in the hospital 6 months ago, right before the doctors told us the heartbeat was gone. Kira, I begin, setting my briefcase down, my voice the smooth, reasonable baritone I've practiced. I'm glad you called. I know things have been difficult. I think it's time we discussed some practical solutions to move forward. She doesn't respond. Her eyes, dark and unreadable, are fixed on me. There's no anger in them, no sadness, nothing. It's the nothing that terrifies me. I've been under a lot of pressure at work, I continue, launching into my prepared script. The Virtuosa launch it's critical, but I haven't been present here. For you. And I want to fix that. Fix it. The first words she speaks are quiet, yet they seem to suck all the air out of the room. You think this is something you can fix, Eugene? Like a rounding error in a quarterly report? That's not what I meant. Isn't it? She counters, her voice still unnervingly calm. Everything is a problem to be managed, for you. a variable to be controlled, an asset to be leveraged. Her composure is unnerving. This is not the emotional outburst I had anticipated. This is something far more dangerous. She takes a small step toward the island. You're right. Things have been difficult. Her hand moves, and she slides a small rectangular card across the polished marble. It glides silently across the vast surface and stops directly in front of me. I look down. The card is thick, expensive ivory stock. The engraved letters are sharp and elegant. Simone Smith, Smith & Associates, attorneys at law. My blood turns to ice. My meticulously prepared arguments, my 5-step de-escalation plan. It all vaporizes. This is not a scenario I planned for. What is this? I ask, my own voice sounding distant. I believe her specialty is high-asset marital dissolutions, Kira recites, as if reading from a brochure. Apparently she's the best, and given our circumstances, I thought it was prudent to retain the best. The words are coming at me, but my brain is struggling to process them. Divorce. The word is an absurdity, a statistical improbability. Pains don't divorce. We endure. We acquire. We win. Kira, stop, I manage, holding up a hand. It's a dramatic overreaction. We're in a difficult season. You don't bring in a shark like Simone Smith because you're in a difficult season. We can work through this. Can we? She asks, a flicker of something, bitter amusement, in her eyes. I'm not sure the variable you're about to be presented with is something you can work through. Before I can respond, her hand moves again. She places a second object on the counter, right next to the lawyer's card. It's a white plastic stick with a small digital screen. The screen is glowing. It's displaying a single word, a word that rearranges the entire world. Pregnant. I stare at the two objects, sitting side by side. The lawyer's card, an ending. The pregnancy test, a beginning. They are a declaration of war and a treaty of peace, an execution and a pardon. A contradiction so profound it feels like the laws of physics have ceased to apply in my kitchen. My head snaps up, my eyes locking with hers. What? The word is a dry rasp. Kira, what is this? It appears to be a paradox, she replies, her voice still holding that terrifying clinical calm. A new life and a dead marriage, all on one countertop. A bit of a logistical challenge, I imagine. Even for you. The witty, cutting cruelty of her words barely registers. All I can hear is the frantic, desperate roar in my own head. Pregnant. After everything. After the doctors, the specialists, the quiet, sterile appointments that ended in failure. Pregnant. A second chance. A goddamn miracle. And then her final words land. A perfectly aimed kill shot. So let me clarify the situation for you, Eugene, since you seem to be struggling to process the data. She looks me dead in the eye, her expression unyielding. I am pregnant, and I am leaving you. The floor doesn't just drop out from under me. The entire building, the entire city, the entire goddamn planet ceases to exist. There's only the ringing in my ears and the sight of her face, a beautiful, beloved mask of resolute indifference. My mind spirals, the carefully constructed compartments of my brain shattering all at once. The ghost of Subject 7B-4, the data anomaly at the Westwood site. That's not noise, Aris. That's a signature. The cold dread I felt in the boardroom returns, a tidal wave of ice water. Finch, the threat that doesn't officially exist. And now this. A new baby. Kira, pregnant, walking out the door, away from me, away from my protection. She's not just leaving me. She's walking into the line of fire and she doesn't even know it. The panic is a living thing, a wild animal clawing at the inside of my chest. But then something else kicks in. The instinct that has been bred into me for generations. The pain imperative. When faced with an existential threat, you do not retreat. You do not negotiate. You control the board. The terror doesn't vanish. It crystallizes. It hardens into a cold, absolute resolve. The emotional, panicked husband is shoved aside. The CEO takes command. I look at her, at the woman who is the center of my world, the woman who is currently holding the detonator to it. The voice that comes out of me is not my own. It's the voice of a man who does not lose, a man who does not fail. You're not going anywhere. It's not a plea. It's not a request. It's a statement of fact. The first move in a war I have no intention of losing.
Got 30 minutes? Then, baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken, and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 8. Eugene. My words hang in the stark white kitchen, an invisible wall between us. You're not going anywhere. Kira stares at me, and for a fleeting second the cold mask on her face cracks, revealing a flash of pure, blazing fury. It's the most emotion I've seen from her in months, and it's aimed directly at me. Is that a threat, Eugene? Her voice is dangerously quiet, each word a carefully shaped piece of ice. It's a statement of fact. My own voice is steady, my CEO persona firmly in control, even as my heart flutters against my ribs. I'm operating on pure tactical instinct now. You are pregnant. You are carrying my child. You will not be leaving this house until I am satisfied that you are safe. A bitter, humorless laugh escapes her lips. Safe? That's really the word you're choosing right now? You want me to feel safe in the home of a liar and a cheat? This has nothing to do with Dahlia, I snap, a rare crack in my own composure. The accusation, though logical from her perspective, is a frustrating distraction from the real, unseen threat. Oh, so you admit it has something to do with Dahlia? She shoots back, her eyes narrowing. She's a brilliant diagnostician, and right now she's cross-examining me, looking for the weakness in my story. Was that what I saw last night, Eugene? A board meeting? Or was it a more hands-on performance review? The dig is sharp, designed to wound, and it works. But I can't afford to get sidetracked by a battle I've already lost. What you saw was a corporate crisis, Kira. Nothing more. But that's not the danger I'm talking about. Then what is? She demands, taking a step forward. The calm is gone, replaced by a righteous, simmering anger. What possible danger is there that is more pressing than the fact that our marriage is a complete and utter fraud? Tell me. I'd love to hear the logic. And there it is. The moment of truth. I could tell her. I could lay out my suspicions about Finch, the data anomaly, the ghost I've hired to hunt a ghost. I could show her my fear, but my mind screams against it. She's pregnant. She's high risk. The first rule is to eliminate stress. The truth, in all its terrifying, unsubstantiated glory, is the biggest stressor of all. My job is to contain the threat, not broadcast it. I can't tell you, I say, the words tasting like a lie, even if they are motivated by a desperate need to protect her. Her face falls, the anger dissolving into a look of profound, weary disappointment. It's 1,000 times worse than the fury. Of course you can't, she whispers. The data is proprietary, I assume. She turns without another word and walks out of the kitchen. I hear her footsteps retreat down the hall, followed by the soft, final click of our bedroom door shutting. And then, the sound of the lock turning. A deadbolt of finality. I stand alone in the silent white kitchen, the lawyer's card and the glowing pregnancy test still on the counter. I haven't de-escalated the situation. I've declared a siege, and she has just locked herself in the castle. The next morning I meet the ghost. His name is Mike Jennings. We meet at a discreet corner table in the lobby bar of a boutique hotel in Beverly Hills, a place designed for quiet, expensive conversations. He arrived 5 minutes before me, I'm sure of it. He's dressed in a simple, dark gray suit that fits perfectly but doesn't draw the eye. He looks like a mid-level finance guy, not a covert operative. But it's the way he sits, facing the entrance, his back to a solid wall, his gaze never fixed but always moving, assessing reflections in the glass and the polished silver, that tells me Arthur sent the right man. He stands when I approach. His handshake is firm, dry, and brief. He doesn't smile. "Mr. Payne." "Mike." I slide into the chair opposite him. "Arthur speaks highly of you." "Arthur is a good judge of talent," he replies, his voice a low, even baritone that gives nothing away. He sips his water. "What's the situation?" "No small talk. I appreciate that." I launch into the cover story, the part of the mission that is, for all intents and purposes, true. My wife, Dr. Kira Freeman, is pregnant. It's a high-risk pregnancy following a recent loss. Her well-being is my top priority. I need someone to eliminate every possible stressor from her daily life. You'll be her driver. You'll handle logistics, scheduling, security. You will ensure her privacy is absolute. The official title is Executive Protection. Mike listens, his expression impassive. He looks like a man who has heard 100 stories like this. "Understood. The pay scale for that is standard. You'll have a daily report. Is there a known threat?" "No," I lie. "This is purely precautionary." He gives a slow, deliberate nod, as if filing the information away. He knows it's a lie, of course. You don't hire a man with his skill set for a purely precautionary detail, but he doesn't call me on it. "So that's the official mission," I continue, leaning forward slightly. "The one my wife will be briefed on. The unofficial mission is why you're actually here." I slide a slim folder across the table. It contains a single sheet of paper with a photo and a name. Dr. Marcus Thorne. Mike glances at it for no more than 2 seconds before closing the folder. "And who is he?" "He's a senior attending at my wife's hospital. He also sits on the advisory board of a lab with ties to a competitor." I choose my words carefully. I have reason to believe he may have been compromised. I need to know everything about him. I want his financials, his travel records, his communications. I need to know who he talks to, what he buys, where he goes. I want to know his weaknesses. Mike's gaze is steady, analytical. He's not judging. He's calculating. "Is this a corporate espionage case, Mr. Payne, or a personal one?" The lines are blurred. "They always are," he says, a flicker of something, weary experience, in his eyes. "Is the principal, your wife, aware of this secondary objective?" "Absolutely not," I state, my tone really leaving little room for argument. "And she cannot be. Her knowledge of this would be a direct threat to the primary objective, which is keeping her stress-free. As far as she is concerned, you are a driver. Nothing more. Is that clear?" "Crystal." He takes a final sip of water. "When do I start?" The meeting is over. As I watch him walk out of the hotel, a ghost melting back into the world, I feel the first real sense of control I've had in 24 hours. I have a problem, and I have acquired the perfect tool to solve it. Kira doesn't need to know the details. She doesn't need the burden of the truth. She needs to be protected, and I will protect her, whether she wants me to or not. When I bring Mike to the penthouse that afternoon, the air is frosty with a cold, hostile silence. Kira is in the living room, a book open in her lap, though I know she hasn't read a single word. She stands as we enter, her posture as rigid as a soldier's. "Kira, this is Mike," I announce, gesturing to the man standing silently beside me. "He'll be handling your transportation and ensuring your security from now on." She doesn't even look at me. Her sharp, intelligent gaze fixes on Mike, sizing him up in a single, sweeping glance. I can see the doctor in her at work, diagnosing him, analyzing him. "What are your qualifications?" she asks, her voice lacking warmth. Mike, to his credit, doesn't flinch under her scrutiny. "Extensive," is all he says, his tone perfectly neutral. Her gaze finally slides to me, and the ice in her eyes could freeze fire. "You hired me a warden, Eugene," she says, her words a quiet, venomous hiss. "How thoughtful." She turns on her heel, her back ramrod straight, and walks toward the bedroom without another word. The lock clicks again, a sound that is quickly becoming the soundtrack to my marriage. I stand in the silent living room with the ghost I've hired, the fury in my wife's eyes burned into my memory. This is the price. I look at the locked door, the barrier she has put between us, and a grim resolve settles over me. It's a necessary price to pay.
Chapter 9. Kira. The first morning of my incarceration begins with the quiet, unobtrusive hum of a German engine. I walk out of the penthouse, my doctor's bag in hand, to find him waiting by a black Mercedes sedan that looks like it could withstand a small missile strike. Mike, my warden. He's not in a chauffeur's uniform. He's in a simple dark suit, indistinguishable from the hundreds of finance guys who work downtown. But there's a stillness about him, an economy of motion that is anything but ordinary. He opens the rear door for me without a word. "I can open my own door," I say, the words sharper than I intend. "I have no doubt," he replies, his voice a flat, neutral baritone. He doesn't move from the door. It's a silent, polite standoff. A test. After a beat of tense silence, I get in, feeling like I've already lost the first battle of the day. The drive to the hospital is a master class in professional silence. He doesn't turn on the radio. He doesn't attempt small talk. His focus is entirely on the road, but not in the way a normal person focuses on the road. A normal driver watches for traffic. Mike watches for threats. I'm a diagnostician by trade. I'm trained to observe, to notice the subtle symptoms that reveal the underlying condition. And Mike is a case study in unsettling details. His eyes are never still. He doesn't just check his mirrors. He sweeps them in a constant methodical pattern. Rear view, driver's side, passenger side, rear view again. When we stop at an intersection, his gaze isn't on the light. It's on the rooftops of the adjacent buildings, the reflections in the storefront windows, the faces of the pedestrians waiting to cross. A delivery truck swerves a little too close to our lane, and I see it. A subtle shift in his posture. His shoulders tense, his hands adjust on the wheel, and for a split second, his right hand drifts down near his hip. A phantom gesture toward a weapon that is likely holstered there. The truck corrects its course. Mike relaxes. The entire incident takes less than 3 seconds. And if I hadn't been watching him with the focus of a hawk, I would have missed it. My blood runs cold. This isn't protection. This is a professional detail. The kind of man you hire when you're anticipating a genuine physical threat. What in God's name has Eugene gotten himself into? What has he dragged me into? The questions churn in my gut, a toxic cocktail of fear and resentment. I stare out the window at the city passing by, feeling like a specimen under a microscope. When we pull into the doctor's private entrance at the hospital, the public humiliation begins. Mike is out of the car before I can even unbuckle my seatbelt, opening my door with the same infuriating, implacable politeness. The timing is, of course, perfect. Dr. Ben Carter is just walking in, a ridiculously large travel mug in his hand. His eyes widen, first at the car, then at Mike holding the door open for me like I'm a visiting head of state. A slow, mischievous grin spreads across his face. "Whoa, Dr. Freeman," he booms, his voice echoing in the concrete garage. "Rolling deep this morning? Did Eugene finally buy you that small, developing nation you had your eye on?" I force a smile that feels like it's going to crack my face in two. "Morning, Ben. Just a new car service Eugene is trying out. He thinks it'll be more efficient. The lie tastes thin and brittle on my tongue. Efficient, huh? Ben winks, then turns his high-wattage charm on Mike. So, you the new guy? Must be a trip, driving a power couple around. Get any good stock tips? Mike's expression doesn't flicker. His gaze is level, his posture relaxed but ready. He looks at the name badge on Ben's white coat. Good morning, Dr. Carter. The use of his formal title is a gentle professional shutdown. It's a verbal wall, polite but firm. Ben, for once, seems to register the chill. He clears his throat, his grin faltering. Right. Well, see you inside, Kira. He scurries off, and I'm left standing by the open car door, feeling the curious stares of two nurses who just got off their shift. My private life, my broken, terrifying private life, is now on public display. I am no longer just Dr. Freeman. I am Dr. Freeman, the woman with the mysterious silent bodyguard, the woman whose billionaire husband has apparently put her under lock and key. The feeling of being watched follows me into the hospital. Mike follows me too. He keeps a respectful but non-negotiable distance, about 10 feet behind me. He doesn't trail me, he shadows me. When I walk down a crowded corridor, he hangs back, his eyes scanning the entire environment. When I stop to talk to a resident, he stops too, his focus seemingly on his phone, but I know he's listening. The morning is an exercise in escalating claustrophobia. He's a silent, constant presence, a living symbol of my powerlessness. The walls of my own hospital, my sanctuary, are closing in. By midday, I can't take it anymore. The need to do something, anything, to reclaim a shred of control is a physical itch under my skin. After finishing a consultation on the maternity ward on the 4th floor, I decide to test him. A little experiment. Okay, Mr. Warden, I think, a bitter, rebellious spark igniting in my chest. Let's see what you're really made of. Instead of taking the main elevator back down to my office on the 2nd floor, I turn left, heading for the service corridor. It's a maze of beige hallways, humming pipes, and the rumbling of laundry carts. I know these back corridors like the back of my hand. They're the hospital's secret circulatory system. I pick up my pace, my sensible doctor's clogs, making soft, rapid sounds on the linoleum. I take a sharp right, then a left, my heart starting to pound with a strange, wild adrenaline. I don't look back. Looking back is admitting defeat. I push through a heavy door into a crowded staff cafeteria. The sudden noise and clatter are welcome chaos. I weave through the tables of residents and nurses on their lunch breaks, a sea of blue and green scrubs. I don't stop. I exit through the doors on the far side and immediately duck into a stairwell. I clatter down 2 flights of stairs, my breath coming in short, sharp bursts. The stairwell is empty and echoes with my footsteps. For a moment, a giddy sense of victory washes over me. I lost him. I actually lost him. The feeling is so potent, so freeing. It almost makes me laugh. I push open the door to the 2nd floor hallway, emerging into a quiet, empty corridor near the radiology department. I stop, leaning against the wall, my heart hammering. I did it. A small, pathetic act of rebellion, but it's mine. I take a deep breath, a real smile touching my lips for the first time all day. I turn the corner, heading back toward the main wing, back toward my office. And then I freeze. He's there. At the far end of the hallway, leaning against the wall with his ankles crossed, looking at his phone. He's not out of breath. He's not even looking in my direction. He's just there, waiting, as if he knew this was my exact destination all along. He must sense my presence, because he slowly lifts his head, his calm, unreadable eyes meeting mine. There's no anger in his expression, no frustration, just a quiet, professional patience. He pushes himself off the wall, his movements fluid and unhurried. He waits for me to approach, and as I get closer, He speaks, his voice the same, infuriatingly neutral tone as it was in the car. "Dr. Freeman, is everything all right?" The air leaves my lungs in a rush. The giddy triumph evaporates, replaced by a cold, sinking dread. He wasn't following me, he was tracking me. He knew where I was going before I even did. This isn't protection. It isn't security. It's surveillance. I am not a person to be kept safe. I am a package to be monitored. And I have absolutely nowhere to run.
Chapter 10. Eugene. Control is a matter of data, actionable intelligence. For 3 days, I've been living on a starvation diet of both. The encrypted reports from Mike arrive on my phone every 4 hours, as precise and uninformative as a train schedule. 8 o'clock. Departed residence for St. Amelia's Hospital. No incidents. 12:30. Principal on lunch break. Consumed a salad and a yogurt in her office. Alone. 15:04. Principal completed rounds. Engaged in brief conversation with Dr. B. Carter, Renew Hospital coffee vendor. Conversation terminated. 17:30. Departed hospital for residence. No incidents. It's a log of my wife's life, stripped of all life. It's infuriating. I'm paying a small fortune for a ghost who is apparently incapable of seeing anything beyond the purely tactical. I bring him up on my private line, my patience worn thin. "Talk to me, Mike. Give me something other than Kira's lunch order." His voice comes back, as calm and steady as ever. There's no hint of apology. The reports are a summary of the principal's movements, as per our agreement. Is there something specific you're looking for? "I am looking for actionable intelligence on Dr. Marcus Thorne," I clip out, pacing the length of my office. "You've had 3 days. What have you found?" "Dr. Thorne appears to live a remarkably boring life, Mr. Payne," Mike replies, his tone maddeningly neutral. "He works a 12-hour day. He drives home to his wife of 34 years. He spends his weekends in his garden. I ran a full financial workup. He's clean. No debt, no gambling, no unexplained income, no vices, unless you count a fondness for heirloom tomatoes." "Nobody is that clean," I snap, stopping to stare out at the city below. "Nobody. Dig deeper. I want his phone records, his emails. I must know who he talks to." "I'm already in his digital footprint," Mike says, unfazed. "So far, his most frequent correspondents are his wife, his 2 adult children, and the Alumni Association for Johns Hopkins. Unless he's using coded language to discuss corporate espionage with a 70-year-old retired cardiologist from his graduating class, I'm digging bedrock. The frustration is a physical pressure behind my eyes. The one lead I had, the one logical connection to this threat, is dissolving into nothing. It leaves me with a void, a shapeless, nameless paranoia. My enemy has no face, and my ghost can't find him. "Just keep digging," I order, and hang up before he can reply. I stand at the window, my hands clenched behind my back. My strategy is failing. The investigation is stalled. The silence from Kira in the penthouse is absolute. We move around each other like hostile ghosts, the locked bedroom door a nightly reminder of my failure. I'm losing control of every front. My eyes drift to my computer monitor. There's another tool at my disposal. One I told myself I would only use for emergency threat assessment, the live feed from the vehicle's security system. It's a standard feature for high-level executive protection, a way to monitor the asset, to ensure the operative is performing his duties, a way to maintain control. It's a lie, of course. A perfectly logical, corporate-sounding lie I tell myself to justify what I'm about to do. I'm not checking on my operative. I'm desperate for a glimpse of my wife. With a few clicks, the feed appears on my screen. It's a crisp, wide-angle shot of the back seat. She's there on the passenger side, a silhouette against the bright afternoon light. She's staring out the window, her face turned away from the camera. From him. They're driving in silence. The audio is so clear I can hear the soft hum of the engine, the whisper of the tires on the asphalt. I watch for 10 minutes. Nothing. Just the tense, silent tableau of two strangers sharing a confined space. He drives. She ignores him. This is the life I've built for her. A gilded cage with a silent warden. I'm about to close the feed, the voyeurism leaving a sour taste in my mouth, when something changes. Mike makes a smooth, almost imperceptible maneuver to avoid a car that cuts him off. It's a display of effortless, high-level competence. From the back seat, Kira speaks. Her voice is quiet, almost grudging. "You're good at this." I lean closer to the monitor. "It's the job," Mike replies, his eyes never leaving the road. "No, I mean..." She hesitates, and I can see her profile as she turns slightly from the window. "You're calm. It's calming." There's a beat of silence. I expect him to give a one-word answer, to shut down the conversation, but he doesn't. "My daughter gets carsick," he says, his voice holding a hint of something I haven't heard from him before, a quiet, paternal warmth. "I learned early on how to drive like the cup of water on the dashboard is a Fabergé egg." The mention of his daughter is a key. It's a small, unexpected piece of his humanity, and it unlocks something in her. She turns fully from the window, and for the very first time, I see her face clearly. She's tired. There are dark circles under her eyes, but as she looks at the back of Mike's head, a small, tired but completely genuine smile touches her lips. It's a ghost of the smile I remember, the one that used to light up a room, the one that used to be aimed at me. But it's real. The sight of it is a physical blow, a swift punch to the gut that knocks the air from my lungs. That smile, that small, precious, beautiful thing. I haven't seen it in 6 months. I would trade a percentage of my company. I would burn a wing of my empire to the ground, just to have that smile aimed at me again. And she just gave it away. To him. To the ghost I hired. I paid another man for the privilege of receiving a genuine moment of human connection from my own wife. The jealousy is not a thought. It's a chemical reaction. A hot, ugly, corrosive acid flooding my veins. I feel a surge of pure, irrational rage so strong it makes my vision swim. He's not allowed to make her smile. That is not part of the job description. The feed cuts to black as the car enters the subterranean garage, the signal lost. I'm left staring at my own pale, furious reflection in the dark screen. The image of her smile is burned onto the back of my eyelids. The control I've been clinging to, the carefully constructed facade of the calm, strategic CEO, shatters into a million pieces. A guttural roar tears its way out of my throat, a sound I don't recognize as my own. In one violent, cathartic motion, I swipe my arm across the pristine surface of my desk. The heavy crystal glass, the neat stacks of documents, the leather-bound pen holder, my phone, everything goes flying. The sound of shattering glass is a shocking, beautiful explosion in the tomb-like silence of my office. I stand there, my chest heaving, my hands braced on the now empty desk. I stare at the wreckage on the floor, the scattered papers, the glittering shards of crystal, a perfect chaotic metaphor for my life. And in the sudden, ringing quiet, a single horrifyingly clear thought cuts through the rage. My strategies are worthless. My logic is a lie. My control is an illusion. I've been treating this like a corporate takeover, a problem to be managed with assets and intelligence. But this isn't a takeover. It's a hostage negotiation. And I've been trying to win the argument when all I should have been doing is trying to win her heart.
Chapter 11. Kira. It's been a week of living with a ghost, a handsome, well-dressed, infuriatingly competent ghost named Mike. He is a silent fixture in my life, a human representation of the gilded cage my husband has built for me. We have a rhythm, he and I. I ignore him with the full force of my medical training. He observes me with the quiet, unblinking patience of a predator. Tonight, that rhythm is broken by a complicated delivery and a torrential downpour. An October storm has slammed into the coast, turning the sky into a bruised, angry mess. The rain is coming down in sheets, lashing against the windows of my office. I've just spent 3 hours wrestling a 9-pound baby boy who was stubbornly facing the wrong direction into the world. I'm bone-tired, my scrubs feel grimy, and the last thing I want is a 40-minute silent car ride with my warden. I'm packing my bag, steeling myself for the trip, when there's a soft knock on my office door. "Come in," I call out, expecting to see Mike's impassive face. The door opens, and my heart does a painful stuttering lurch. It's not Mike, it's Eugene. He's standing in the doorway, looking entirely out of place in my cluttered, lived-in office. He's in one of his immaculate charcoal suits, though his hair is damp and slightly disheveled from the rain. He's holding a brown paper bag that is radiating the distinct, glorious scent of the Thai food from a place we used to love in Westwood. My first instinct is suspicion. It's a cold, sharp, and immediate reaction. "Eugene, what are you doing here?" "There's a storm," he says, as if that explains everything. He takes a tentative step into the room, his eyes scanning the space, the stacks of medical journals, the overflowing inbox on my desk. "I figured you might be stuck late." Mike is waiting for me downstairs. I counter, my voice cool. I gesture vaguely at my bag. It's literally his job to wait for me. "I sent him home." The statement lingers in the air between us. He what? The audacity of it, the sheer, high-handed arrogance, makes my jaw tighten. He hired a man to monitor my every move and has now dismissed him like a temporary contractor whose services are no longer required for the evening. "You sent him home," I repeat, my tone flat. "Without consulting me? He is, as you've made abundantly clear, my security." "And I am your husband," he replies, his gaze steady. "Tonight I can handle both roles." He lifts the bag an inch. "I brought pan and curry, and the spicy basil chicken you like." My stomach growls, a pathetic, traitorous sound in the tense silence. I haven't eaten since lunch, and the food smells like heaven. It's a transparently calculated gesture, a strategic offering from the CEO. But the small part of me that is just a tired, hungry woman is ridiculously tempted. It feels both deeply intrusive and, to my absolute fury, strangely comforting. Before I can formulate a suitably cutting reply, the lights in my office flicker violently. Once, twice. Then, with a deep groaning sound from somewhere in the hospital's mechanical guts, they die completely. The hum of my computer, the whir of the building's ventilation, the entire electronic pulse of the hospital. It all goes silent. The only things left are the rhythmic drumming of the rain against the window and the sound of my own breathing in the sudden absolute darkness. For a few seconds, neither of us moves. Then a bright, focused beam of light cuts through the blackness as Eugene turns on the flashlight on his phone. He places it on my desk, pointing it toward the ceiling. It casts long, dancing shadows across the room, turning the familiar space into something strange and intimate. "Well," he says, his voice sounding different in the dark, stripped of its usual corporate authority. "This is efficient." The absurdity of the situation, trapped in a blackout with my estranged husband and a bag of rapidly cooling Thai food, coaxes a spark of my old self out of hiding. Glad to see the CEO of Payne Pharmaceuticals has a direct line to the city's power grid, I retort, the sarcasm a welcome familiar shield. I expect him to rise to the bait, to offer a logical explanation about backup generators and power surges. Instead, he just lets out a quiet breath. I suppose I had that coming. He moves carefully in the dim light, his expensive dress shoes making soft sounds on the floor. He finds the 2 spare chairs tucked into the corner of my office and pulls them into the small island of light created by his phone. He opens the paper bag, the rustling sound loud in the quiet. He pulls out 2 plastic containers, forks, and napkins, arranging them on the edge of my desk with a surprising lack of awkwardness. "We can eat, or we can sit in the dark and stare at each other," he says, his tone neutral. "Your choice." My stomach makes the choice for me. I sink into one of the chairs, the fight draining out of me. We eat in silence for a few minutes, the only sounds the clicking of our plastic forks and the relentless storm outside. It's not the tense, weaponized silence of the penthouse. It's something else, a shared, temporary truce. To my own surprise, I'm the one who breaks it. The need to fill the void is too strong. "I had a rough delivery tonight," I say, pushing a piece of chicken around the container. "Shoulder dystocia. Baby was 9 pounds, 4 ounces. Gave us all a scare for a few minutes." "I'm talking about work. It's safe. It's neutral." I expect a generic, polite response from him. "I'm sure you handled it perfectly." But that's not what he says. "Sounds like the chins," he says, his voice quiet. "Remember them? Your first delivery as a full attending? The husband was a big, tough-looking guy, a contractor or something. He fainted twice. The memory catches me completely off guard. It's so specific, so deeply buried. I stare at him, at his silhouette in the dim light. He fainted 3 times, actually. The 3rd time was when he saw the preliminary bill from the hospital's risk management department. A sound escapes him, a small rusty sound that I realize, with a jolt, is a laugh, a real one. "That's right, I forgot about that. You called me after. Absolutely furious." "I was furious with you," I correct him, a genuine smile tugging at my lips despite myself. "You were on the hospital's board of directors. I told you it was predatory billing. And I told you that you should focus on delivering the babies and let the number crunchers crunch the numbers," he recalls, his voice holding a hint of old playful banter. "I believe your exact response was that I could take my number crunchers and perform a rectal impaction on myself with their abacus." I laugh, a real, actual laugh. The sound is so foreign I barely recognize it as my own. It feels like stretching a muscle I haven't used in a year. It was a medically sound suggestion. The conversation flows from there, hesitant and fragile, a delicate, unspooling thread of shared history. We don't talk about the last 6 months. We don't talk about lawyers or pregnancy tests or Dahlia. We talk about the before times. The vacation we took to Big Sur, where it rained the entire time. The disastrous dinner party where my experimental lasagna ended up setting off the smoke alarm. The first time he met my parents. He remembers details I thought I was the only one holding on to. The name of my favorite professor in med school. The title of the bad sci-fi movie we watched on our 3rd date. It's a conversation made entirely of ghosts, of the happy, hopeful people we used to be. We're in the middle of a story about our old, terrible apartment, when the lights flicker back on with a sudden, violent hum. The harsh, fluorescent glare of the office is a physical shock. The intimate, shadowy world we had built vanishes, and the sterile reality of the room rushes back in. The spell is broken. We both blink, like 2 strangers who have just woken up in the same bed, the easy camaraderie of the darkness dissolving in the unforgiving light. The half-eaten containers of food on my desk suddenly look messy and out of place. I look at Eugene, and I see him clearly, without the shadows to soften him. But the light doesn't reveal the cold, calculating CEO I was expecting. Before he can reconstruct that mask of perfect control, I see the man underneath. I see the profound, bone-deep exhaustion in his eyes. I see the lines of stress around his mouth that are deeper than they were a year ago. I see the unguarded sorrow, a raw, gaping wound that he usually keeps so carefully hidden. He's not looking at me like a problem to be solved. He's just looking at me. And in that one unguarded second, he doesn't look like my captor. He doesn't look like a liar or a cheat or the CEO of Pain Pharmaceuticals. He looks like my husband. and he looks completely and utterly lost. Chapter 12. Kira. The memory of Eugene's face in the harsh fluorescent light of my office haunts me. That single, unguarded second of raw sorrow did more to destabilize my resolve than any argument or grand gesture could have. For a week, I've been living in the confusing space between anger and an old stubborn sympathy. My warden, Mike, is still my shadow, but the dynamic has shifted. After that night, Eugene has been different. He's home for dinner twice. We don't talk about anything of substance, but he's physically present. It's a fragile truce, a temporary ceasefire in a war I was so sure I wanted to wage. I find myself hating my own weakness, this flicker of hope that refuses to be extinguished. I'm on rounds, discussing a patient's preterm labor risk with a group of residents, when it happens. A low, pulling cramp in my abdomen. It's not sharp, it's not severe, but it is sickeningly familiar. My voice doesn't waver. I continue explaining the treatment protocol, my face a mask of professional calm, but inside, a siren starts to blare. My mind splits into two warring factions. Dr. Kira takes the floor first, her voice clinical and reassuring. This is textbook round ligament pain. You're 12 weeks along. The uterus is expanding, stretching the ligaments that support it. It's a common benign symptom, statistically insignificant. Then, traumatized. Kira shoves her aside, wild-eyed and terrified. This is how it started last time. A dull ache, a little pull. You told yourself it was nothing then too. You were wrong. It's happening again. So we'll start her on a course of progesterone. I finish, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. I nod to the residents, a crisp, dismissive gesture. Carry on. I turn and walk down the hallway, my steps measured, my posture perfect. I will not run, I will not panic, but every cell in my body is screaming. I just need to make it to my office. I round a corner into a less trafficked service corridor, and the professional mask begins to slip. The pain, or maybe just the sheer terror of it, makes me falter. I stop, leaning a hand against the cool wall, and press my other palm against my stomach, as if I can physically hold this baby in place. I close my eyes, focusing on my breathing. Inhale, exhale. It's nothing. You're fine. Dr. Freeman. My eyes fly open. Mike is standing at the end of the corridor, not 10 feet away. He must have been following me from a distance, and appeared when I stopped. He's not moving toward me, not encroaching on my space. He's just there. A silent, observant statue. The sight of him of my ever-present guard sends a hot flash of irritation through me. I'm fine, Mike. I snap, straightening up, my hand dropping from my belly. Just a long day. He doesn't challenge me. He doesn't offer a platitude. He just gives a single, almost imperceptible nod. His gaze is steady, and in it, I see not suspicion, but a quiet, professional concern that is somehow more unnerving than if he'd rushed to my side. Of course, is all he says. The car is ready whenever you are. Another cramp hits, sharper this time. A gasp escapes my lips before I can stifle it. The fear wins. It floods my system, overriding everything else. I need a doctor. I need an ultrasound. I need to hear that tiny, frantic heartbeat. I need to know, now. My first instinct, the old ingrained muscle memory of our marriage, is to pull out my phone and call Eugene. My thumb hovers over his name. I play out the entire disastrous scenario in my head. The moment I tell him, he will detonate. His panic, disguised as efficiency, will take over. He'll call the head of the department. He'll have a team of specialists waiting for me before I can even get to the elevator. He'll meet me there, his face a tight mask of controlled terror, asking 100 questions, issuing a dozen orders. He won't comfort me. He will manage me. He will manage my medical crisis. And I cannot bear that. Not today. I look up, my eyes meeting Mike's. He hasn't moved, but his posture has changed. He's no longer relaxed. He's poised, ready to act. He is waiting for his orders. He represents something entirely different: competence, discretion, and most importantly, a complete lack of emotional entanglement. He will not panic. He will not try to manage me. He will simply execute a task. The choice is instantaneous. It's a betrayal, I know, but it feels like an act of self-preservation. I take a shaky breath, the decision settling in my gut. Actually, I say, my voice tight with pain and fear, I need to make a stop before we go home. He doesn't ask what kind of stop. He doesn't ask if I'm okay. He just asks, where to? There's a private urgent care clinic in Santa Monica and Westwood, I say, the words coming out in a rush. The Wellspring Clinic. I'm not affiliated with them. They won't know who I am. The last part is the most important. I need anonymity. I need to be a patient, not Dr. Freeman, not Eugene Payne's wife. Mike processes this information with no visible reaction. No surprise, no alarm, just a quiet acceptance of a change in mission parameters. Understood, he says. I'll pull the car around to the east entrance. It's more discreet. I'll meet you there in 5 minutes. His immediate understanding of my unspoken need for privacy is a balm on my frayed nerves. He gets it. He doesn't need it explained. The visit to the clinic is a blur of impersonal efficiency. I'm a number, a chart, a series of symptoms. The young doctor who sees me is competent but harried. She performs the ultrasound, her expression neutral. I watch the monitor, my own heart a frantic counterpoint to the steady, powerful thump, thump, thump that fills the small dark room. The baby is fine. Measuring perfectly. The heartbeat is strong. It's just round ligament pain, the doctor says, wiping the gel off my stomach. Perfectly normal. Try to take it easy. The relief is so immense, so absolute, that it leaves me feeling weak and hollowed out. It was nothing. I let my trauma get the best of me. In the car, the guilt begins to set in. The immediate crisis is over, and I'm left with the quiet, cold reality of my decision. I deliberately excluded my husband from a moment of shared terror and, ultimately, shared relief. It was a choice, and it has consequences. My phone rings, shattering the silence. Eugene's name flashes on the screen. My stomach plummets. I know, with a sickening certainty, that he knows. Of course he knows. I have a tracking device, and his name is Mike. I press the answer button, my hand trembling. Hello? Kira! Where the hell are you? His voice is tight with a barely controlled panic that is already hardening into anger. I got a security alert an hour ago. Route deviation, unscheduled stop. I've been calling your phone for the last hour. Why didn't you answer? My phone was on silent, I say, the lie feeling flimsy. I'm fine, Eugene. We're on our way home now. Fine? Mike's report just came in. It says, visit to Wellspring Urgent Care Clinic. Why was my pregnant, high-risk wife at an urgent care clinic? And why, in God's name, am I the last person to know about it? It was nothing, I say, my voice weary. I just want this conversation to be over. A false alarm. I'm fine. The baby is fine. There's a beat of stunned silence the line. When he speaks again, the anger is gone, replaced by something far more raw, something that sounds like pure, wounded pride. A false alarm? He repeats, his voice cracking slightly. So you thought something was wrong? You were scared? And you didn't call me? The accusation is quiet, but it carries the weight of our entire broken marriage. You called the bodyguard before you called your husband? I stare out the window, the glittering lights of the city blurring into long, meaningless streaks. He has asked the one question that matters, the one that lays everything bare, and I have no answer for him, not one that won't burn what little is left of us to the ground. Chapter 13. Kira. The aftermath of Eugene's phone call is a silence colder and heavier than any we've experienced before. He came home last night, and we moved through our shared space like two opposing magnets, repelling each other with a force that was almost physical. No apologies were offered. No explanations were given. He slept on the couch in his study. I slept in the middle of our vast bed, feeling more alone than ever. This morning, he was gone before I woke up. The only evidence he was ever here is a single empty coffee cup by the sink. It's his pattern. When faced with an emotional crisis, he retreats to the one place he can control, his work. He leaves me with the fallout. And with Mike, as I step into the back seat of the Mercedes, the quiet professional presence of my warden feels particularly galling. He is the living embodiment of Eugene's lack of trust in me. He is the wall my husband has built between us. And after last night, I'm done pretending he's just a driver. I'm done being a passive package to be delivered and monitored. I wait until we are stopped at a long red light on Santa Monica Boulevard, the car a silent armored bubble in the midst of the city's morning chaos. I let the silence stretch. Then I break it. Who are you, really? My question hangs in the air, sharp and direct. I watch him in the rearview mirror. His eyes, which are constantly scanning the intersection, flicker to meet mine for a second. His expression doesn't change. My name is Mike, he says, voice as calm and steady as ever. Don't insult my intelligence, I counter, my own tone clipped. Don't give me the executive protection line from the corporate brochure. I saw you in the hospital the other day. When I tried to lose you, you weren't following me. You were waiting for me. You knew where I was going. That's not what a bodyguard does. That's what an operative does. The light turns green. He accelerates smoothly, his movements economical and precise. He doesn't respond immediately, letting my accusations settle. My job is to anticipate any and all potential threats to your security, Dr. Freeman. He finally replies, his gaze once again focused on the road ahead. That requires a comprehensive understanding of your routines, your environment, and your likely movements. A comprehensive understanding. I repeat, a bitter taste in my mouth. Is that what you call it? It felt more like you were tracking a stolen car. Was my unscheduled stop at the clinic a potential threat to my security? Any deviation from the established routine is a variable, he says, his voice maddeningly neutral. And every variable needs to be assessed, controlled, and reported. He uses Eugene's word, controlled. The echo of my husband's mindset, coming from this stranger, sends a hot spike of anger through me. So you're a spy, right? I say. The phrase a flat statement of fact. My husband, in his infinite controlling wisdom, has hired a spy to watch his pregnant wife. This is the question, the one I know he can't or won't answer. I see it in the rearview mirror, a subtle tightening of his jaw, the only crack in his placid facade. He remains silent. I see, I say, leaning back against the leather seat. It's confidential, classified information. For my own good, I assume. The sarcasm is thick and heavy. My directives are confidential, Dr. Freeman, he says. His voice the very definition of professional stonewalling. They come from my client. My client. Not your husband. The distinction is clear. He works for Eugene Payne, not for me. I am the assignment, the asset to be protected, the variable to be controlled. The anger I've been holding on to, this hot, righteous fury, suddenly begins to cool. It's not that it's going away, but its target is shifting. As I sit here, watching this man expertly navigate traffic while expertly navigating my interrogation. I see him clearly for the first time. He's not my enemy. He's not my warden. He's just another piece on Eugene's grand chessboard. A highly skilled, highly paid pawn, but a pawn nonetheless. Moved into position to protect the queen, whether she wants the protection or not. My anger at him is a waste of energy. It belongs entirely to the man who signed his checks. My tone softens, the sharp, accusatory edge dulling into something more weary. He has you in a tight spot, doesn't he? He glances at me in the mirror again, a flicker of genuine surprise in his eyes this time. I'm not sure what you mean. This, I say, gesturing around the luxurious, leather-scented interior of the car. This whole situation, plain chauffeur and shadow to a woman who clearly doesn't want to be guarded, all while you're supposed to be looking for some phantom threat you probably know doesn't exist. It seems like a colossal waste of your extensive qualifications, doesn't it? I've diagnosed his situation as accurately as I would a patient's illness. I see him register the truth of my words. He doesn't admit it, of course. He can't. But the silence that follows is different. It's no longer a professional stonewall. It's the silence of a man who has been seen. We pull up to the hospital entrance. The charged energy of our conversation dissipates, replaced by the familiar routine. He puts the car in park, but before he can get out, his phone, which sits in a cradle on the dashboard, lights up with a text message. The screen illuminates, and for a split second, I see his lock screen. It's a picture of a little girl, no older than 7, with a wide, joyful smile that shows off 2 missing front teeth. She has bright, intelligent eyes and a cascade of beautiful, intricate braids. The image is so incongruous with the man sitting in the driver's seat, this quiet, dangerous, immovable man, that I can't help myself. The question is out of my mouth before I can stop it, my voice softer than it's been all morning. Is that your daughter? He looks at the screen, and the transformation is instantaneous. The professional mask, the impassive facade, it doesn't just slip, it evaporates. A genuine, warm, and completely unguarded smile lights up his face, reaching all the way to his eyes. It changes everything about him. Yeah, he says, and his voice is different too. It's full of a warmth and affection that I didn't think he was capable of. That's Erica. She just lost her second front tooth last week. He lets out a soft chuckle. She's convinced the tooth fairy is a viable long-term financial plan. I stare at the back of his head, at the man who is now just a father, smiling at a picture of his child. The warden is gone. The operative is gone. In his place is a person with a life, a history, a daughter he clearly adores. He turns off the car, and the screen goes dark, the image of the smiling girl vanishing. The professional returns, but something has irrevocably shifted between us. He's no longer just a symbol of Eugene's control. He's a man caught in the same complicated orbit as me, just trying to do his job. You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 14. Eugene. My office has become a command center for a war I am decisively losing. The investigation into Marcus Thorne is a black hole, a complete and total waste of resources. Mike's reports have yielded nothing but a portrait of a man whose greatest vice is an over-reliance on fertilizer for his prize-winning roses. He's a suburban cliché, not a corporate saboteur. My red herring, the one tangible enemy I could focus on, has turned out to be just a fish. It leaves me adrift in a sea of formless paranoia. My only connection to the situation, my only source of data, is the security feed from the Mercedes. I tell myself I'm monitoring my operative's performance. I tell myself it's a necessary security protocol. I am a liar. I am a lonely man in a glass tower, watching his wife's life through a camera, because he is too much of a coward to live it with her. I pull up the feed. They're parked outside the medical building, waiting for her appointment time. The silence is a familiar, heavy blanket. Kira is staring out the window. Mike is staring straight ahead. And I am staring at them both, a digital god in an empty heaven. Then I see Kira turn from the window. Her posture shifts. She's going on the offensive. I turn up the audio, my fingers tightening on my mouse. "Who are you, really?" Her voice is sharp, clear, and brooks no argument. I feel a bizarre, unwelcome surge of pride. She's not a passive victim. She's a scientist, and she's spotted the anomaly in her life. Him. Mike's response is textbook. "My name is Mike." "Don't insult my intelligence," she shoots back, and I almost smile. That's my Kira. "Don't give me the executive protection line from the corporate brochure. I saw you in the hospital the other day, when I tried to lose you. You weren't following me. You were waiting for me. You knew where I was going. That's not what a bodyguard does. That's what an operative does." I watch, mesmerized, as she interrogates him. She's brilliant, peeling back the layers of his cover story with the precision of a surgeon. She calls him a spy. She calls him a warden. She correctly assesses his purpose and her position as a package under surveillance. He, to his credit, is a stone wall. He parries every question with a calm, professional deflection. "My job is to anticipate any and all threats to your security, Dr. Freeman," he replies. "That requires a comprehensive understanding of your routines, your environment, and likely movements." He's using my language, my logic. He's doing exactly what I'm paying him to do. Hold the line. Protect the mission. I lean back in the black leather chair, my eyes locked on the monitor. Kira turns from the window. Her posture shifts. She goes on the offensive. I turn up the audio feed on the console, my fingers tightening on my mouse, the plastic digging into my palm. "A comprehensive understanding," she repeats, the sound of her voice raw and bitter, tightening my chest. "Is that what you call it? It felt more like you were tracking a stolen car. Was my unscheduled stop at the clinic a potential threat to my security?" She's better than I give her credit for. She's finally putting the pieces together, the brilliant mind spotting the patterns. She knows I haven't just hired a bodyguard. She knows it's surveillance. Mike's response is textbook, a flawless delivery of the script I give him. "Any deviation from the established routine is a variable," he says, his voice maddeningly neutral. "And every variable needs to be assessed, controlled, and reported." He uses my word. Controlled. I see the flash of pure anger in Kira's eyes, the echo of my own mindset coming from this stranger. I don't mean to control her. I mean to protect her. But watching this, I see exactly how she interprets it. "So, you're a spy, right?" Her voice is sharp and flat, cutting through the car's silence. My husband, in his infinite, controlling wisdom, has hired a spy to watch his pregnant wife. The moment hangs there, live on my screen. This is the question, the direct accusation. I watch the tiny screen, mesmerized. Mike doesn't flinch. I see only a subtle tightening of his jaw in the rearview mirror, the only crack in his placid facade. He remains silent. He holds the line. "I see," she says, her voice dropping, dripping with heavy sarcasm. "It's confidential. Classified information. For my own good, I assume." "Yes, Kira. For your own good. You just don't know the risks yet." "My directives are confidential, Dr. Freeman. Mike replies, his voice the very definition of professional stonewalling. They come from my client. He is using my language, my logic, my defense. He's doing exactly what I am paying him to do. The operation is secure. But watching her face, seeing her pain and anger so clearly, it is a bitter victory. But then the conversation shifts. I see the rigid anger in her shoulders begin to soften. "He has you in a tight spot, doesn't he?" she asks, her tone changing from accusatory to something else. Something empathetic. He glances at her in the mirror again. This time it's not the practiced neutral sweep of a professional operative. I see a flicker of genuine surprise in his eyes. He's been pushed off balance. I can tell he hasn't anticipated this specific line of attack or perhaps the intensity of her reaction to the surveillance. He defaults back to the script, but the surprise has added a slight hesitation, a tiny waver in his perfectly measured tone. "I'm not sure what you mean," he says. "This," she continues, her voice quiet. "This whole situation, playing chauffeur and shadow to a woman who clearly doesn't want to be guarded, all while you're supposed to be looking for some phantom threat you probably know doesn't exist. It seems like a colossal waste of your extensive qualifications, doesn't it?" The accuracy of her assessment is a physical blow. She sees it all. She sees him. She sees me. She sees the whole pathetic, paranoid chessboard I've set up. She sees that he is as much a prisoner of my strategy as she is. The final gutting blow comes a moment later. His phone lights up. I see the picture of the little girl, and I hear Kira's voice, softer now than I've heard it in months. "Is that your daughter?" I watch as my operative, my ghost, transforms into a man, a father. I hear the unguarded warmth in his voice as he talks about his daughter, Erica. I see Kira's face in the rearview mirror. She's listening, her expression open and unguarded. They're not prisoner and warden anymore. They are two people connecting over the one thing they have in common, a life outside of me, a life that isn't this broken, silent hell. The feed cuts as he gets out to open her door. I'm left staring at a black screen, the echo of their quiet, easy conversation filling the silence of my office. It's the final piece of evidence, the data point that proves my entire hypothesis is wrong. I haven't eliminated stress. I've created a new, more insidious kind. I haven't protected her. I've isolated her. And in her isolation, she has found a moment of human connection with the only person available, the man I hired to watch her. My strategy has not just failed. It has backfired in the most spectacular, soul-crushing way possible. My thumb jabs the intercom button on my desk. "Dahlia." Her voice comes through, crisp and efficient. "Yes, Mr. Payne?" "Clear my calendar," I say, my own voice sounding hollow. "For the rest of the day. Sir, you have the quarterly review with the board at 3. It's a critical meeting." I look around my office, at the framed photos of corporate conquests, the lucite trophies from deals I've closed, the symbols of an empire I built with logic and ruthless control. It's all worthless. "Cancel it," I repeat in a tone that leaves no room for argument. Tell them I have a family emergency." The words feel foreign in my mouth, but they are the truest thing I have said all year. After she clicks off, I sit in the profound, unnerving silence. For the first time, I don't try to fill it with work. I let the truth wash over me. I've been running the Eugene Payne playbook my entire life, the same one my father used. Identify the problem, analyze the data, deploy the assets, control the outcome. It's how I built this company, and it's how I've systematically destroyed my marriage. I didn't treat Kira's grief as a wound to be healed. I treated it as a volatile market condition to be managed. I didn't treat her pregnancy as a miracle to be cherished. I treated it as a high-risk asset to be secured. I haven't been protecting my wife. I've been managing a crisis, and she has become the primary casualty. The realization is a brutal, cleansing fire. The path I'm on leads to an empty penthouse, a loveless life, and a child who will know me as a name on a company letterhead. just like my father. The thought is so horrifying it galvanizes me. It's time to change the playbook. I don't call. I don't send a message. I just go. I ride the elevator down, walk out of the building in the middle of the afternoon, and take a car home. I arrive to find the black Mercedes parked in a discreet spot across the street from our building. I walk right up to the driver's side window. Mike rolls it down, his expression unreadable, but I can see the surprise in his eyes. "Your services are no longer required for the evening, Mike," I say, my voice level. "Go home to Maya." The mention of his daughter's name is a deliberate move. It lets him know, without a shadow of a doubt, that I am always watching. But it is also a moment of unexpected grace. He gives a single sharp nod, a flicker of understanding in his gaze. "Understood, Mr. Payne." I go upstairs. Kira is in the living room, curled on the sofa with a medical journal in her lap. She looks up as I walk in, her body instantly going rigid with surprise and suspicion. "What are you doing home?" she asks, her tone laced with a familiar, weary sarcasm. "Did the stock market crash and nobody told me?" I ignore the jab. I walk to the center of the room, unbuttoning my suit jacket, a conscious act of shedding my armor. "I sent Mike home." "I'm sure you have your reasons," she says, her eyes narrowing. "Decided to take over the surveillance detail yourself for the evening shift?" I look at her, really look at her, for the first time in what feels like forever. Not as an asset, not as a problem, as my wife. The woman I'm about to lose forever if I don't do something different. Right now. "No," I say, my voice quiet, stripped of all its usual authority. It feels raw, exposed. I'm taking you to your appointment tomorrow." Her eyes widen, her mouth parting in a small, silent O of shock. She just stares at me, completely speechless. "The appointment with Dr. Chen," I clarify, my heart pounding a nervous, unfamiliar rhythm. "And all the other ones after that." I take a breath, the words a terrifying, vulnerable leap into the unknown. "I'll do it. From now on, I'm taking care of you."
Chapter 15. Kira. I wake up to a house that is too quiet and a bed that is too empty. Eugene's declaration last night hangs in the air, a threat disguised as a promise. I didn't agree with it. I didn't have to. It was a hostile takeover of my life, a strategic pivot from one form of control to another. Warden Mike has been recalled. The warden himself has decided to take the shift. I am on high alert. I walk into the kitchen expecting to find him, ready for the first battle of this new campaign. He's standing by the espresso machine, already dressed in a suit, looking like he's about to close a multi-billion-dollar deal, not drive his estranged wife to a doctor's appointment. He turns as I enter. There's an uncertainty in his eyes, a flicker of something that doesn't belong on the face of Eugene Payne. It throws me off balance. "Good morning," he says. "I have to be on a call with the London office at 7, but that should give us plenty of time to get you to your appointment." "I'm capable of getting myself there," I reply, my voice cool. I open the refrigerator, feigning an interest in the yogurt selection. "You don't have to rearrange your global empire on my account." "It's not a rearrangement. It's a reprioritization." He holds out a thermal mug. "I made you tea." I stop, my hand hovering over the Greek yogurt. I stare at the mug. It's my favorite one. A beautiful hand-thrown ceramic piece I bought in Ojai years ago. "What is it?" "Chamomile citrus from Pete's," he says, his gaze steady. 2 bags, steeped for 4 minutes. A half spoonful of honey. The way you like it before a stressful day. The detail is so specific, so deeply personal, that it feels like a violation. It's a piece of me I didn't think he even remembered. My cynical brain immediately starts searching for the angle. This is a tactic. Dahlia probably has a dossier on my preferences. Employee asset file, spousal subsection. Favorite tea, chamomile citrus. I take the mug from him, my fingers brushing his. A faint familiar spark of electricity passes between us. I ignore it. Thank you. The first car ride with Eugene behind the wheel is excruciating. Mike's silence was a professional void. Eugene's is a living, breathing thing, thick with 6 months of unspoken anger, grief, and betrayal. He drives his own car, a sleek Aston Martin, with the same focused, aggressive precision he applies to everything in his life. He's a man who doesn't just occupy a lane, he conquers it. I stare out the passenger window, watching the palm trees of Beverly Hills slide past, and brace myself for his next move. The tea was the opening salvo. Now comes the strategic conversation. He doesn't disappoint. He turns on the radio, and instead of the usual drone of the financial news that is the soundtrack to his life, the car fills with the quiet, complex notes of a Bach cello suite. My music. The music I listen to when I need to think, when I need to calm my nerves. He doesn't say a word about it, just lets the music play, a silent, calculated offering. So, he begins, his eyes on the road. Dr. Chen. She came highly recommended, head of maternal fetal medicine at Cedars. I've read her research, I say, keeping my tone non-committal. She's excellent. Good, only the best. He pauses. How are the Jackson twins doing? The ones from the other night. The question catches me by surprise. It's a direct callback to one of our last stilted conversations. A thread of continuity. It's a clear sign that he was, on some level, listening. They're fine, I reply, my guard still up. Discharged yesterday. Their mother is exhausted and ecstatic, as she should be. That's good, he says. He glances at me for a minute, his expression unreadable. That must be a good feeling, to send a family home like that. Whole. The word hovers in the air between us. Whole. The thing we are not. The thing we may never be again. He is trying. I can feel the sheer, brute force effort of him trying to connect, to bridge the canyon between us with these clumsy, awkward questions. And the most infuriating part is that a small, treacherous part of me is responding. The part that remembers him like this, before he became the silent, calculating CEO in our house. I hate how much I want to believe it's real. The appointment itself is a surreal experience. Eugene is in the exam room with me. He stands quietly in the corner while I speak with Dr. Chen, his presence a silent, looming weight. But when Dr. Chen asks a complex question about the Virtuosa trial, he steps forward and answers with a clarity and depth of knowledge that is undeniably impressive. He's not posturing, he's participating. For a few minutes, we are a team, Dr. and Mr. Payne, a united front, advocating for our child. It's a dizzying, intoxicating, and utterly terrifying feeling. The appointment goes well. The baby is healthy. The heartbeat is strong. The relief is a tide that washes over both of us, leaving a fragile peace in its wake. On the way home, the silence car ride is different, less heavy, less hostile. We're stopped at a long light on Sunset Boulevard, the afternoon sun slanting through the windshield. He turns to me, and the polished corporate mask is gone. In its place is a raw, terrifying vulnerability. Kira, he starts, then stops, as if the words are failing him. He looks down at my lap, then back to my eyes. He slowly, hesitantly lifts his hand, the gesture so uncertain it seems to tremble in the space between us. He's not reaching for me. He's reaching for my belly. May I? He asks, his voice barely a whisper. My heart stops. This is the one intimacy I have guarded, the one piece of this pregnancy that has been mine and mine alone. My mind screams, no, it's a trick, a strategic move to establish a claim. But my body, my traitorous, hopeful body, gives a small, almost imperceptible nod. He takes it as the permission it is. He leans across the console, his movements slow, deliberate. He gently places his hand on my stomach, his palm flat against the soft curve that is just beginning to show. His hand is so warm. The touch is a shock to my system, a jolt of pure, unadulterated intimacy that I have been starving for. It's the first time he's touched me like this, not as a prelude to sex, not as a polite gesture, but as a connection to the life growing inside me. And in that exact breathtaking moment, it happens. A tiny, definitive, fluttering movement from within, a quick, powerful thump directly into the center of his palm. The baby kicks. I watch his face. The last vestiges of the controlled, calculating CEO evaporate. His eyes go wide, his mouth parting in a silent gasp. It is a look of pure, unguarded, breathtaking wonder. It's not strategic. It's not calculated. It is the most real, the most honest expression I have seen on his face in a year. He looks from my belly to my eyes, and his are shining with unshed tears. Did you feel that? He breathes. A child witnessing his first miracle. I can only nod, my own throat thick with emotion. He just keeps his hand there, completely still, as if he's afraid to break the spell. And as I sit there, trapped in the bubble of our car, with my husband's warm hand on my stomach, and the echo of our child's first greeting between us, I feel them. The high, icy walls I have so carefully constructed around my heart. Finally, they begin to crumble. Chapter 16. Kira. The silence in the car on the way home isn't empty. It's full of the ghost of a sound, a tiny, fluttering kick that has changed the space between us. I stare at the city lights blurring past, but all I can see is the look on Eugene's face, the unguarded wonder, the secret, hopeful smile he tries to hide every time he glances at my stomach. I feel him looking, and it's a warmth that spreads under my skin, terrifying and unwelcome. He doesn't feel like the CEO in the passenger seat. He feels like my husband. Back at the penthouse, the air is tight with things unsaid. We move around the kitchen, a hesitant magnetic pull between us. He takes off his jacket, rolls up his sleeves, and the simple domestic act is a punch to the gut. A memory of 1,000 other nights. My hands tremble as I pull cheese and crackers from the fridge. I can feel his gaze on me, not the assessing glance of a business partner, but the heavy, possessive gaze of the man who knows every secret my body holds. We end up on the sofa, the coffee table a flimsy barricade between us. This makeshift dinner is the most honest thing we've shared in half a year. I can't stop thinking about it, he says, voice a low vibration that sinks right into my bones. The kick? My voice is a thread. He shakes his head, his eyes finding mine, dark and raw with emotion. It made it real. It made us feel real again. The mention of us cracks open the carefully constructed dam around my heart. It was real the first time too, Eugene, I whisper, the old bitterness, a familiar, painful taste in my mouth. It was real for me. The hurt that flashes in his eyes is immediate, a direct hit. He doesn't flinch away. He absorbs it. I know, he says, his voice rough. And I failed you. I failed us. He leans forward, his composure, the one I've come to hate, finally shattering into 1,000,000 pieces. I didn't have any idea how to be your husband, Kira. I only knew how to be a CEO, how to control the damage. His voice breaks, the sound tearing through the quiet room. And while I was controlling everything, I lost the only thing that ever mattered. I lost my wife. God, Kira, sleeping in the same bed with you, my wife, and not being able to touch you. It's a loneliness so deep it's hollowed me out. A single tear I didn't know I was holding escapes, tracing a hot path down my cheek. It's a surrender. Me too. I choke out, the admission torn from a place I thought had died. I've been so lonely for my husband. That's all it takes. The chasm between us disappears. He's moving, coming around the table to sink to his knees on the rug before me. He takes my hands, his head bowed over them like a penitent at an altar. His shoulders shake with silent, racking sobs. "I'm so sorry," he says, his words muffled against my skin. "I'm so sorry, baby, for all of it." Baby. The old endearment, the one that was just for me, undoes me completely. My fingers find their way into his hair, a touch so familiar it feels like breathing. He looks up, his face wrecked with grief and a desperate, wild hope. And then he's leaning in, and I'm meeting him halfway, and our mouths crash together. It's a kiss of brutal honesty, a kiss that tastes of salt and sorrow and 6 months of starvation. His hands are in my hair, gripping me, holding me, his mouth bruising and frantic against mine. I cling to him, my body remembering its home even as my mind screams in protest. This isn't a seduction. It's a desperate, frantic homecoming to a house that's been burned to the ground. We're searching for survivors in the wreckage. I know. We were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM.com.
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixaVaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going.
Later, he carries me to our bed. As we lie under the cool sheets, his arm a heavy, solid weight around my waist, the silence that settles isn't the chasm from before. It's different. It's a quiet space filled with the weight of what we just did. The physical act didn't fix us. It didn't erase the last 6 months. But as I lie there, held by my husband for the very first time in an eternity, the sharp, cutting edges of my loneliness have been soothed. The act didn't bridge the gap. It just illuminated the ruins. It feels like we might just be able to build something new here, together.
Chapter 17. Eugene. The box feels flimsy in my hands, the cardboard soft from years spent in storage. It smells like pine and dust and a life I don't recognize anymore. Inside, a tangled mess of Christmas lights mocks me. I, a man who can orchestrate a multinational pharmaceutical merger before breakfast and being defeated by a string of cheap plastic bulbs. You're holding it upside down. Kira's voice, soft and tinged with an amusement she's trying to hide, comes from the doorway. I look up. She's leaning against the frame, wrapped in a plush cashmere robe, one hand resting protectively on the curve of her stomach. A small, genuine smile plays on her lips. It's the first one I've seen in 6 months that feels like it's truly for me, and it hits me with all the force of a physical blow. My breath catches. Sam Smith's soulful rendition of "Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas" drifts from the Sonos speaker in the corner, a melancholy backdrop to this pathetic attempt at normalcy. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city is a galaxy of premature holiday cheer. Red and green and gold lights twinkle from 1,000 other windows, 1,000 other homes where this is all probably so much easier. The instructions are abstract, I say, trying for a casual tone and failing completely. My voice comes out rough. I hold up the knotted disaster. I believe this is a metaphor for my life. She pushes off the doorframe and pads softly into the room. Here. She takes the lights from me, her fingers brushing against mine. The contact is electric, a jolt of warmth that travels straight up my arm. The trick is not to fight it. You have to find the one loose end and follow it. She works at the knot with a patience I've never possessed, her brow furrowed in concentration. The soft glow from the fireplace illuminates the strands of silver in her dark hair, the elegant line of her neck. She's so beautiful it makes my chest ache with a terrible, possessive love. My wife, the mother of my child, the woman whose life I systematically dismantled. "We don't have to do this," I say, the words coming out quieter than I intended. "I know it's early. It can wait. I just thought... What did you think?" She doesn't look up from her task, but I can feel her attention shift entirely to me. "I thought it might be nice," I admit, feeling like a fool. "To have a tree. To... try." She finally untangles a long section of the lights and looks up at me, her dark eyes searching mine. The fragile hope in her expression is more terrifying than her anger ever was. "I'd like that, Eugene. I'd like to try." The words hang in the air between us, a promise as delicate as spun glass. I reach out, my hand hovering for a moment before I allow myself to touch her, my fingers gently tucking a stray curl behind her ear. She leans into my touch, her eyes fluttering shut for a fraction of a second. It's a surrender, a truce. And then I see it. It's not a big movement, just a slight tightening of her jaw. Her eyes, when they open, have a shadow in them that wasn't there a moment ago. Her hand, the one not holding the lights, presses into the small of her back. My blood runs cold. The festive music, the twinkling city, the warmth of the fire, it all vanishes. The carefully managed, barely controlled terror I have been living with every single second of every single day ignites. "Kira?" My voice is sharp, too sharp. She forces a smile, but it doesn't reach her eyes. "It's nothing. Just a twinge. My back has been..." "What kind of twinge?" I'm already moving, my mind racing through medical journals, risk assessments, dosage charts, preterm labor statistics for women over 35, stress-induced complications. My entire world narrows to a single data point. Her. "Eugene, calm down. It's normal to have aches and pains at this stage." She's using her doctor voice, the calm, reassuring tone that has always been her shield. But I can see the flicker of fear behind it. I know her tells. The way she won't quite meet my eyes. The slight tremor in her hand. She takes a step back and a sharp, involuntary gasp escapes her lips. Her face goes pale. The string of light slips from her fingers and pools on the floor, a dead, tangled serpent at her feet. "Okay," she says, her voice strained but steady. The doctor taking over. "Okay. Something's not right. Is it cramps? Are you bleeding? Tell me what you're feeling." The questions spill out of me, rapid fire, desperate. The CEO demanding information, the husband dying inside. "It's a cramp, but it's different. It's low, and it's not stopping." She looks at me then, her professional composure finally cracking, and all I see is my wife, terrified. "Get the bag! The one by the door! We need to go! Now!" The drive to the hospital is a smear of red and green lights. The cheerful colors of the city's decorations blur into streaks of sickening dread against the rain-slicked asphalt. Every horn blare, every screech of tires is a personal affront, a barrier between me and the only thing that matters. I grip the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles are white, my foot pressing the accelerator to the floor. Kira is silent in the seat beside me, her eyes closed, one hand splayed across her belly, her breathing a series of short, controlled pants. I am utterly, completely powerless. My money can't stop traffic. My authority can't make the lights change faster. My name, the one that opens any door I choose, means nothing here. I'm just a man, terrified of losing everything for a second time because of my own monumental stupidity. The hospital is a nightmare of sterile, white, and antiseptic smells. I'm barking orders at nurses, demanding their best obstetrician, flashing my black card as if it's a magical ward against tragedy. They look at me with a mixture of pity and annoyance, directing me to fill out forms while they whisk Kira away in a wheelchair. "Sir, you'll have to wait here." The words don't compute. I've never waited for anything in my life. I follow them anyway, ignoring the nurse's protests until we're in a private room. It's cold and beige, and the singular sound is the rhythmic electronic beep of the fetal heart monitor they hook up to Kira's stomach. Beep, beep, beep. It's a steady, reassuring rhythm, the sound of life, the sound of hope. But to me, it sounds like a countdown. Each beep is a measure of my failure, each one a tick of a clock that is running out on my chance for redemption. A doctor comes in, speaks to Kira in low, calm tones I can't quite decipher. They run tests. They ask questions. I stand in the corner, a useless, hulking sentinel, watching the woman I love, pale and fragile against the starched white sheets. She is the center of this universe, and I am a foreign body in her orbit. Finally, the doctor leaves, promising to return with results. The door clicks shut, and we are alone. The quiet in the room is deafening, broken only by that steady, mocking beep. Kira turns her head on the pillow and looks at me. There's no anger in her eyes, no accusation, just a deep, profound weariness that cuts me to the bone. "It's going to be okay, Eugene," she says, her voice thin. And that's when I break. Her strength, her grace in the face of a terror I created, it shatters the last of my control. The carefully constructed walls I've hidden behind my entire life don't just crumble, they are obliterated. I cross the room in 2 strides and fall to my knees beside her bed, my hands gripping the railing. I rest my forehead against the cool metal, the smell of disinfectant filling my senses. The truth, the whole ugly, poisonous truth, comes pouring out in a ragged, desperate torrent. "No, it's not," I whisper, my voice cracking. "It's not okay. None of this is okay. Because it's my fault. All of it." She says nothing. I feel her hand come to rest in my hair, her fingers a feather-light touch. I look up, my eyes burning with unshed tears. This stress, the risks, it's all because of me. Kira, I have to tell you, there's so much I haven't told you. Her expression is guarded, her eyes searching mine, waiting. "The first trial," I choke out, the words tasting like ash. "The data. I knew there were potential risks, flagged in the preliminary reports. I pushed it forward anyway, I buried them." I take a shuddering breath, the confession ripping me open. "And the man who followed you, the spy, that was me. I hired him. After the first time, I couldn't lose you, and I was so terrified, and I didn't have a clue how to fix it, so I tried to control it. I tried to control you." The beeping of the monitor continues its steady rhythm, oblivious. But in the space between the beats, I see the understanding dawn on Kira's face. The fragile trust we had started to build. The hope for our future. The memory of our night on the floor. It all turns to dust in her eyes, replaced by a look of quiet, absolute devastation. Her hand, the one in my hair, slowly falls away.
Chapter 18. Kira. The world narrows to the sound of a machine. Beep, beep, beep. It is the steady, rhythmic pulse of my child's heart, a relentless metronome counting out seconds in a life that has just been completely redefined. Eugene is on his knees beside my bed, his face a raw mask of ravaged confession, his words still hanging in the sterile air, poisonous and radioactive. The data, I knew there were risks. I pushed it forward. The spy. That was me. I hired him. My hand, which was tangled in his hair, only moments, no, a lifetime, ago, feels contaminated. I pull it back slowly, deliberately, and rest it on the starched white sheet. The movement is small, but it is a tectonic shift, a boundary being drawn, a door being slammed shut and locked from the inside. He flinches as if I've struck him. "Kira!" His voice is a ragged plea. I turn my head on the pillow, my gaze clinical, detached. I look at this man, my husband, and I feel nothing. Not anger, not sorrow. Just a vast, cold, echoing emptiness. The emotional shock is a mercy, a system override that prevents a complete and total collapse. I am a doctor observing a patient. My patient is my life. The diagnosis is terminal. Say it again, I command. My voice is unnervingly calm, a stranger's voice. It's the tone I use when a medical student gives me a confusing report, and I need absolute clarity. No emotion, just facts. What? He asks, his brows furrowing in confusion. The first part, I clarify, my eyes unblinking. About the trial, about our son. Repeat it for me. He visibly recoils, the pain of the memory twisting his features. Kira, please don't make me. Repeat it, I insist, the words like chips of ice. I need to understand the data. He swallows hard, his gaze dropping to the linoleum floor. There were flags in the preliminary reports from the lab in Germany, a statistical anomaly in placental adhesion rates. Small, barely on the margins, but it was there. He looks up at me, his eyes pleading for an absolution I do not have to give. I thought we could mitigate it. I told myself it was a manageable risk, that the potential good, it outweighed the statistical possibility. A bitter, humorless laugh escapes my lips. It's a dry, ugly sound in the quiet room. A manageable risk, a statistical possibility. I parrot his words back to him. The language of the boardroom, the language of a CEO, not the language of a husband, not the language of a father. Was our baby a statistical possibility, Eugene? When you held his hand, our son's tiny, perfect hand in this very hospital, what was his statistical value then? God, no, Kira, it wasn't like that. He scrambles closer, his hands gripping the bed rail like a prisoner at the bars. It was business, and that was our life. I compartmentalized. I was wrong. I was so wrong, I know that. You do? My voice is still flat, analytical. Because it doesn't seem like you learned anything. You just changed your methodology. The pieces are clicking into place now. The last 6 months of my life, rearranging themselves into a new, horrifying mosaic. Mike! His name hangs between us. Eugene flinches again, a fresh wave of guilt washing over his face. Your security guy, I said. The words no longer a question but a statement. A name tag on a truth I'd already packaged and sealed. The memory of his sympathetic face, the way he'd listened when I confided in him about feeling watched, like the house was a cage, came back sharp and cutting. I fixed Eugene with a cold stare, the moment of revelation long past, leaving only the need for confirmation. He reported to you, I stated flatly, not asking, just waiting for the final word. To keep you safe, he started, his voice a desperate, familiar lie. Don't you dare say that to me. I cut him off, and a sliver of heat, pure, undiluted rage, cuts through the icy calm. Don't you insult my intelligence by pretending this was about my safety. This was about your asset, your investment. What did he report, Eugene? The minutia of my grief? Did you get a daily P&L statement on my tears? A quarterly projection on my mental stability? Stop, he begs, shaking his head, his face pale. You're twisting it. Am I? I push myself up, ignoring the dull ache in my back. I feel the baby shift inside me, a small, innocent flutter against the wall of my fury. I confided in him. I told him I felt like I was losing my mind in that house, that I felt trapped. Did he put that in his report? Was that a useful data point for you, husband? Did it help you manage your grieving, hysterical wife? It was never, ever like that, he insists, his voice breaking. I was terrified. I was losing you. I thought, if I could just make sure you were okay, physically, that I could, I don't know, buy myself time to figure out how to be the man you needed. The man I needed wasn't a warden, I say. the cold, clean anger finally taking over. It's the anger of a doctor whose oath has been violated by proxy, whose fundamental trust in science and data has been perverted. It's the righteous fury of a wife who has been so profoundly and intimately betrayed, she no longer recognizes the landscape of her own life. The man I needed was my husband, but he wasn't there. He was too busy reading surveillance reports. The realization lands with the force of a physical impact. Our home was a base of operations. My pregnancy was a variable in a corporate game you were playing. And that night, the other night, my voice falters as the memory of our bodies tangled on the floor, of his whispered promises, rises up like bile in my throat. What was that? A hostile takeover? A final acquisition? It was me loving my wife, he cries out, his anguish raw, visceral. It was me, finally telling you the truth of how lonely I've been without you. No, I say, the word sharp and final. That was you gathering more data, taking a final reading, seeing if the asset was still viable. Just then, the door opens, and a kind-faced nurse comes in. Just checking in, Dr. Payne. Your blood pressure is good, and baby's heart rate is perfectly steady. The doctor thinks the cramps were likely caused by stress and dehydration. We'd like to keep you for observation overnight, just to be safe. But everything looks okay for now. She smiles at me, a beacon of sterile, professional normalcy in the wreckage of my world. Can I get you anything? Some water? Ice chips? I'm fine, I manage to say, my throat tight. Thank you. She nods, her eyes flicking to Eugene, still on his knees, a broken man by his wife's hospital bed. She offers a small, sympathetic smile before backing out of the room, the door clicking softly shut behind her. Everything looks okay for now. The irony is so bitter, it's almost funny. The immediate medical crisis has passed. My body, my resilient, traitorous body, is fine. The baby is fine. Only the emotional apocalypse remains. Eugene takes the nurse's departure as an invitation to continue. He reaches a hand out, his fingers trembling, to touch my arm. Kira, we can fix this. Please, let me fix this. I look at his hand, then at his face. The emptiness inside me is absolute. The love I felt for him, the grief, the recent fragile hope, it's all gone, scoured away. There is nothing left, no anger even, just a profound, hollow certainty. Our marriage wasn't a merger, Eugene. My body isn't a lab. And my child is not a clinical trial. I say, my voice flat, devoid of any inflection. You don't fix this. You can't put this on a balance sheet and make the numbers work. I pull my arm away from his touch. I look at him, at the stranger on the floor who wears my husband's face. Get out. He stares at me, his eyes wide with disbelief, with the dawning horror that this time, this is a problem he cannot control, a deal he cannot make. Kira, please. My gaze is unwavering. The word comes out louder this time, sharper, a clean surgical cut. Get out.
Chapter 19. Eugene. Get out. The words aren't loud. They aren't screamed. They are quiet, clean, and utterly final. A surgeon's cut excising a tumor. And I am the tumor. The door to Kira's hospital room clicks shut, and the sound is a period at the end of a life. I stand in the unnervingly bright corridor, the faint scent of bleach and despair clinging to the air. For my entire adult life, I have been a man defined by action, by solutions, by control. A problem arises, I assess the variables, and I execute a strategy for a win. But there is no strategy for this. There is no variable I can manipulate. I have been weighed, I've been measured, and I have been found wanting. A nurse bustles past, her sensible shoes squeaking on the linoleum. "Sir, do you need something?" she asks, her expression a careful blend of professional concern and wariness. She sees a man in a bespoke suit that is now hopelessly rumpled, a man who looks like he's just witnessed the end of the world. She's not wrong. "My wife," I managed to say, my own voice sounding like a stranger's, thin and hollow. "Is she... Will they be monitoring her all night?" "The doctor wants to keep a close eye on her, yes. She and the baby are stable, but we're being cautious." The nurse offers a small, practiced smile. "The best thing you can do now is get some rest yourself." Rest. The concept is so foreign it might as well be from another planet. Rest is what you do when the work is done. My work, the work of destroying the only good thing in my life, is complete. I nod, a mechanical gesture, and turn away. Every step down the long, sterile corridor is a step into a new, uncharted wilderness. I'm a ghost haunting the scene of my own death. The drive from the hospital back into the heart of the city is a blur. The festive Christmas lights that line the streets with such cheerful promise now seem to mock me, their twinkling colors a garish celebration of a joy that feels a million miles away. Kira's words have stripped all the color from my world, leaving only the stark, brutal black and white of my choices. My body isn't a lab, and my child is not a clinical trial. I didn't just lie to her. I desecrated something sacred. Our marriage, our family, our grief. I treated it all like a business problem. I applied the soulless logic of risk management to the beautifully chaotic business of loving someone. And in doing so, I lost my soul. I don't drive home to the penthouse. It's not a home, not anymore. It's a crime scene. Instead, my hands guide the car on autopilot to the only other place I know. The Payne Pharmaceuticals Tower, my building, my monument to my own ambition. The lobby is empty, save for the night security guard, Frank, whose grandson just got into NYU. He looks up from his crossword puzzle, surprised to see me at this hour. "Mr. Payne, everything all right, sir?" His simple human question is a kindness I don't deserve. "Just couldn't sleep, Frank." I lie, the falsehood effortless, a well-worn habit. Thought I'd get a jump on the quarterly reports. "Attaboy," he says with a grin, buzzing me through the security gate. "That's why you're the boss." The title feels like a joke. The boss of what? A kingdom of glass and steel and secrets and lies. The elevator ride to the penthouse floor is silent, my reflection in the polished brass walls a stranger I want to beat to a bloody pulp. He looks just like me, but his eyes are hollowed out, haunted. I step out into my office, the sprawling space that has always felt like the epicenter of my power. The view of the city is breathtaking, a carpet of glittering lights stretching to the horizon. I've stood at this window 1,000 times and felt like a king surveying his domain. Tonight, I feel like a man on a ledge, staring into the abyss. I walk past my desk, past the photos of my father, past the industry awards. It's all meaningless clutter. It's the infrastructure of the man who failed Kira. My real destination is behind a lacquered panel that looks like part of the wall. It slides open with a faint hiss, revealing a keypad and a biometric scanner. My thumb presses against the glass, and a heavy insulated door clicks open. The server room. The air is cold enough to see my breath, a constant low hum the only sound. This is the brain, the heart of it all. Rows upon rows of black servers blink with small blue and green lights, containing the sum total of my life's work. The formulas, the patents, the research, the financial models, the lies. It's all here, in clean, orderly code. I sit at the terminal, the single keyboard and monitor in the center of the room. My fingers, of their own accord, begin to move. The muscle memory is absolute. I bypass firewalls, unlock encrypted directories, my hands flying across the keyboard with a speed and precision that feels disconnected from my conscious mind. I'm not thinking. I'm acting. For the first time, not as a CEO, but as a man. I find the original files from the German lab, Project Hera. I pull up the memos, the ones I flagged for my eyes only. The ones where my top researchers warned of the statistically insignificant risks. I find the expense reports I signed for Mike's surveillance company, invoices for his security consulting. I pull up his reports, encrypted text files detailing the mundane, heartbreaking minutiae of my wife's lonely existence. Then, I create a new master file. I drag everything into it, the data, the cover-up, the spying, every last bit of poison. I plug a small, sleek black hard drive into the terminal. It's an encrypted drive, one I keep for emergencies. This qualifies. I initiate the transfer. A small window pops up on the screen, a thin blue line slowly crawling from left to right. Copying files. 1%, 2%. I watch the numbers climb. With every percentage point, I am systematically dismantling my empire. This is corporate suicide. This is career seppuku. This drive contains enough evidence to trigger SEC investigations, shareholder lawsuits, and corporate espionage charges that would send me to prison for a decade. It would strip my name from this building. It would destroy the pain legacy my father spent his life building. The progress bar hits 100%. Transfer complete. I eject the drive. It feels impossibly heavy in my palm, a small, dense black hole containing the full weight of my sins. There is no hesitation, no second thought. There is only a profound, terrifying clarity. The kingdom is worthless if the queen is gone. The drive back to the hospital is different. The Christmas lights are still there, but I see them now for what they are. Just lights. Pretty, but meaningless. The only thing that has meaning is in a hospital bed a few miles away. I don't knock on her door this time. I push it open gently. She's lying on her side, facing the window, but I know she's not asleep. The rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor is the only sound. She hears me. Her shoulders tense, but she doesn't turn around. I walk to her bedside, my footsteps unnaturally loud in the quiet room. I don't say a word. The time for my words, my excuses, my justifications is over. I hold out the hard drive. When she doesn't move, I gently take her hand, the one that isn't resting on her belly, and place the small, cold rectangle in her palm. Her skin is warm, alive. She finally turns her head, her dark eyes looking first at the object in her hand, then up at me. Her expression is wary, exhausted, and utterly unreadable. It's all there, I say, my voice raw, broken. Everything. The original HERA data, every memo I buried, every surveillance report from Mike, every last lie. It's all on there. I take a breath, holding her gaze, making sure she sees the truth of this in my eyes. My lawyers would call this corporate suicide. The board would see me arrested. They would be right. I let the weight of that settle between us, in the space between the beeps of our child's heart. I don't care, I say, the words the most honest I've ever spoken. I choose you. I choose our family. Whatever that looks like now. I choose you.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 20. Kira. The hard drive is cold and dense in my palm, a tiny black monolith containing the wreckage of a life. My life. His life. The life we were supposed to have. Eugene's words hang in the sterile air of the hospital room, more substantial than the faint antiseptic smell of bleach. I choose you. My gaze lifts from the drive to his face. For 6 months I have looked at him and seen a stranger in a familiar suit. The impenetrable CEO, the coolly distant business partner, the man who managed our grief like a hostile takeover. I don't see that man now. The polished armor is gone, shattered into a million pieces on this cold linoleum floor. What's left is something I haven't seen in years. The man he was before the promotions, before the board seats, before the crushing weight of his father's legacy settled on his shoulders. He is stripped bare, and what I see is terror, a raw, primal fear that has nothing to do with stock prices or shareholder meetings. It's the desperate terror of a man about to lose his family, a man who has set his own kingdom on fire and is begging me to tell him what to save from the ashes. The rhythmic beeping of the fetal heart monitor is a steady counterpoint to the chaotic drumming in my own chest. Beep, beep, beep. A reminder of the only thing that matters now. The innocent life that is depending on me to navigate this apocalypse. From the hallway, a faint tinny speaker starts playing a cheerful, brassy version of Sleigh Ride. A nurse walks past the open door, a pair of sequined reindeer antlers perched jauntily on her head. The sight is so jarringly normal, so absurdly festive in the middle of my personal hell, that it snaps something into focus. This baby, our baby deserves Christmases, messy, chaotic, joyful Christmases with twinkling lights that aren't a metaphor for a broken life. They deserve a world that isn't poisoned by the secrets entombed in this little black box in my hand. They deserve a mother who is a warrior, not a victim. And they deserve a father who is willing to burn his world down for them. I look back at Eugene. He's still standing there, barely breathing, waiting for my verdict. He handed me the gun. The question is what I'm going to do with it. Forgiveness isn't on the table. Trust is a continent that has sunk into the sea. But this gesture isn't about love or trust. It's about allegiance. He has finally, unequivocally, chosen a side. Our side. I close my fingers around the hard drive, its sharp edges digging into my palm. Fine. The word is a single clipped exhalation. It's not an absolution. It's not an acceptance. It is a truce. The relief that floods his face is a tidal wave. His shoulders slump, and he lets out a breath he must have been holding since he walked back into this room. He looks like he might collapse. I feel nothing in response. The ice inside me hasn't thawed. Let's be perfectly clear, I say, and my voice is the calm, steady tone I use to deliver a difficult diagnosis. This isn't about you. This is not me forgiving you. This changes nothing about what you did. This is about my child. I am accepting this data because I will not have my baby born into a world where this poison can still hurt them. From this moment on, you don't make a single move without my approval. You don't speak to the board. You don't speak to your lawyers. You don't speak to anyone without clearing it with me first. You wanted to fix this? Fine. You work for me now. Do you understand the terms? He gazes at me, and at last, I see a flicker of the old Eugene, not the CEO, but the brilliant strategist. He sees the shift, understands the new hierarchy. He gives a single sharp nod. Yes, I understand. My laptop, I say. He gets it for me without a word. I prop it up on the rolling hospital table over my bed, the machine whirring to life. The beep of the monitor is no longer a countdown to disaster. It's a battle drum. The rhythm of my new resolve. I plug the hard drive into the USB port. A small light on the drive blinks on. A single point of data in the dim room. The screen's cool blue light illuminates my face, and I feel a grim, focused certainty settle over me. The grief is still there. The betrayal is a wound that will likely never heal. But beneath it, something new is taking root. A warrior's purpose. I look at Eugene, the man who broke my world, who is now my reluctant complicit soldier. You wanted to fix this, I say, my eyes on the screen as the drive's icon appears. Fine, we fix it my way. I click open the first folder. Its contents a catalog of my husband's sins. Let's get to work. Chapter 21. Kira. The hospital room has become a command center. The only light comes from the laptop screen, casting a cool blue glow over the pristine white sheets. The steady rhythmic beep of the fetal heart monitor is a constant reminder of the stakes. My baby's heart, beating strong and true in the quiet dark, a drumbeat for the war I'm about to wage. Eugene sits in the uncomfortable visitor's chair in the corner, a silent, hollowed-out sentinel. He hasn't moved in an hour. He just watches me, his face a tentative mask of anxious penitence, waiting for my next order. The power shift between us is a palpable thing, a new gravity that has settled in the room. He is no longer the king on his throne. He is a supplicant at my bedside. The hard drive is a labyrinth of corporate jargon. I click through folders filled with financial projections, marketing strategies, and board meeting minutes. It's all noise. A carefully constructed wall of numbers and legalese designed to obscure, not to clarify. This is useless, I say, the frustration sharp in my voice. I push the laptop away, the clatter loud in the silence. It's all executive summaries and polished presentations. I need the raw data, Eugene. The source files, the patient-reported narratives, the daily logs from the clinical trials, not the neat little charts your team packaged to sell to the FDA. He gets up and comes to the bedside, peering at the screen. It should be in the HEA Clinicals folder. I copied the entire directory. You copied the version you look at, I counter, my tone cutting. The C-suite version. I need the lab-level version. I need the unfiltered data, the messy human stuff, the things your analysts probably dismissed as anecdotal. I look at him, my gaze unwavering. I can't do anything without that. I need access to the research archive. He pales slightly. Kira, that's a different system. The clearance is bio-locked to the head of R&D and me. Then you'll have to get it for me, I state, leaving no room for argument. Or, more efficiently, you can have your gatekeeper get it for me. I hold my hand out for my phone. I need to speak with your secretary. His expression is a mixture of resignation and something that looks like fear. He knows what's coming. He hands me the phone. I find Dahlia's number from his contacts and press call, putting it on speaker. She answers on the second ring, her voice crisp and professional, even at this ungodly hour. Mr. Payne's office, Dahlia speaking. Dahlia, it's Kira Payne, I say, my voice level and cool. There's a fractional pause. Dr. Payne, is everything okay? I was just about to call the hospital for an update on you. I'm fine. I need your help, I say, cutting straight to the point. I need access to the HERA project's raw data archives, all of it. The uncollated patient logs from the German trial sites specifically. The professional warmth in her voice vanishes, replaced by a protective chill. Dr. Payne, you know I can't do that. That level of access is strictly controlled. I'd need direct verbal authorization from Eugene, and even then, protocol requires... The protocol has changed, I interrupt. I look at Eugene, my eyes boring into his. Eugene, authorize her. He leans over the phone, his voice quiet but carrying the unmistakable weight of command. Dahlia, your new protocol is to do whatever Dr. Payne says. Whatever she asks for, You give her. She is in charge of this investigation. Give her your login credentials for the research archive. Give her everything. Is that understood? The silence on the phone is profound. I can picture her in her own home, sitting in the dark, trying to process this coup. The boss she has protected and managed for years has just abdicated his throne. Yes, Mr. Payne, she finally says, her voice strained. I understand. Good, I say, taking back control. Send me the login information now. And Dahlia, thank you. She hangs up without another word. A few seconds later, a text message dings with a string of alphanumeric code and a password. A key to the kingdom. For the next several hours, the world outside this room ceases to exist. Eugene orders food I don't touch. A nurse comes in to check my vitals. I barely register her presence. The only reality is the data on the screen. It's not just numbers. It's stories. Patient 3A, Munich. F32. Week 8, reports transient headache, mild nausea. Patient 9C, Hamburg. F, 29th week 7. Complains of fatigue, joint ache. Patient 4B, Frankfurt. F, 34. Week 9. Reports persistent low-grade fever, dizziness. Eugene hovers behind me, a nervous ghost. What are you looking for? The reports I saw only flagged the placental adhesion failures as the primary adverse event. That's the only pattern. That wasn't a pattern. That was a catastrophe, I murmur, my eyes scanning another line of text. I'm not just reading, I'm diagnosing. My mind, the one trained to find the almost imperceptible signs of disease, is finally in its element. The catastrophe is never the beginning. It's the end of a story that started with a hairline fracture. I'm looking for the fracture. I create a split screen. On the left, the data from the Munich and Hamburg trial sites. On the right, Frankfurt. The control groups, the placebo groups. I discard them. I'm only interested in the patients who received the actual drug. I read their stories, their weekly check-ins, their small complaints. And slowly, a ghost of a pattern begins to emerge from the static. It's subtle. So subtle a corporate analyst would dismiss it as statistical noise. The women in Munich and Hamburg report the expected side effects, mild and sporadic. But the women in Frankfurt, it's different. Their complaints, while still minor, are more consistent, more clustered. Headaches, nausea, a strange, lingering fatigue. My heart starts to beat faster, a frantic rhythm against the steady beep of the monitor. What was different about the Frankfurt site? I ask, my eyes still glued to the screen. Nothing, Eugene says from behind me. The protocols were identical. Same patient screening criteria, same dosage, same administration schedule. What about the drug itself? Where did it come from? All from our primary manufacturing plant in Ireland. It's all one batch, shipped out to the different labs. Are you sure? I ask, scrolling faster, my mind racing. Are you absolutely sure it was all one batch? He's silent for a moment. The active pharmaceutical ingredient, the core compound, yes, that's all from Ireland. But the final formulation, the drug is suspended in a saline solution for injection. The labs in Germany handle the final stage, mixing the compound and packaging it for distribution to the trial sites. And there it is, the hairline fracture. So the drug administered in Frankfurt, I say, my voice barely a whisper, was formulated in a different lab than the drug administered in Hamburg and Munich. I look at the data again, but now I see it with blinding clarity. The pattern isn't just in the symptoms, it's in the geography. The women who experience these consistent low-grade side effects, and the women who later suffered the miscarriages, including me, all received their doses from the Frankfurt lab. The core drug is the same. The process is the same. The only variable is the lab itself. My own loss. The empty ache that has been my constant companion for 6 months. It wasn't a tragic, random event. It wasn't a flaw in a promising new medicine. It was a targeted attack. A chill, so profound it makes my teeth chatter, washes over me. I look up from the laptop, the blue light of the screen reflected in my eyes. The room comes rushing back into focus. The beige walls, the beeping monitor, the terrified man standing behind me. He sees the look on my face, and a new kind of fear dawns in his eyes. Kira? What is it? What did you find? I turn the laptop so he can see the 2 columns of data, the subtle but undeniable pattern of sickness on one side, and the relative normalcy on the other. It wasn't a flaw in the drug, I say, my voice blazing with a cold, terrifying certainty. The core compound is stable. It's safe. I lock eyes with him, letting him see the full, horrifying scope of what I've just uncovered. Someone poisoned the batch.
Chapter 22. Eugene. The words are a lit match in a room full of dynamite. The world I knew, the failure I owned, the guilt I've been carrying like a shroud. It all incinerates in a flash of horrifying clarity. This wasn't a flaw, it was a weapon. And my wife, our first son, we weren't casualties. We were targets. I watch Kira, and the awe that fills me is so total, so absolute, it threatens to bring me to my knees. The laptop's blue light sculpts the fierce, focused line of her jaw. Her eyes, which hours ago were haunted by a grief I thought would break her, now blaze with a cold, brilliant fire. She is magnificent. She is not my broken wife, not a victim I need to protect. She is a queen surveying a battlefield she is about to conquer, and this sterile hospital room is her throne room. For hours I am a silent witness to her power. I watch her dissect data with a surgeon's precision. She commands my infrastructure with a voice that is sharp and utterly authoritative, directing Dahlia to pull personnel files from Frankfurt, cross-referencing them with manifests and security logs. She doesn't ask for my input. She doesn't need it. She is the most capable person I have ever known. I built an empire on calculated risks, but she is a diagnostician of evil, and she is hunting the source of the poison that has infected our lives. Dawn bleeds through the window, a slash of bruised purple against the gray city sky. It's the day before Christmas. The faint sound of a carol from a hallway speaker is a dispatch from another universe. In here, there is only the steady beep of our child's heart and the furious, quiet clicking of Kira's keyboard. She finally leans back, the laptop's glow catching the exhaustion etched around her mouth. She's been running on a warrior's adrenaline, and the fuel is running low. "You need to rest," I say, voice a rough tear in the quiet. She shakes her head. I'm close. There's a name. Klaus Richter, a lab tech. He's the key. "We'll find him," I say, the word "we" tasting like a prayer on my tongue. She finally closes the laptop. The sudden silence is absolute. She turns her head and her gaze, clear, assessing, and utterly exhausted, lands on me. The anger is still a low-burning ember, but it's no longer a wall between us. It's the fire in the forge where something new is being made. All the pretty apologies I rehearsed die in my throat. They are the currency of the man who broke this. He has no place here. All that's left is a simple, gut-wrenching truth. "Thank you," I whisper. The words are nothing. They are everything. They hold the entire weight of my admiration, my shame, my awe. For being you. A flicker of vulnerability crosses her face. The general recedes, and for a breathtaking moment I see my Kira again. She gives a small, tired nod. The vast, icy ocean between us doesn't disappear, but a fragile bridge materializes. We are survivors in a lifeboat. I move from the chair and come to her bedside, not kneeling, standing. I reach out, my hand hovering, and she doesn't flinch. I gently take her hand. "You're trembling," I murmur. I'm exhausted, she admits, her voice a thread of sound. And I'm scared, Eugene. That admission, that crack in her armor, shatters me. I sit on the edge of the bed, facing her. She shifts, making room. This close, I can smell the clean, womanly scent of her skin beneath the hospital sterile. It's the scent I've been starved of for 6 months. I know, I say, my heart constricting. Me too. My hand comes up to cup her cheek. You were a force of nature tonight, Kira. She leans into my touch, a small movement that feels like a seismic shift. It's permission. I lean in, my mouth finding hers. This is nothing like the frantic, bruising kiss from the living room. This is a quiet, reverent question. Her lips are soft, yielding.
Sorry to stop you right there, but this chapter is about to cross this platform's very strict, absolutely not line.
We'd love to give you every detail, every gasp, every messy, passionate second. But this platform won't let us.
What they can't block is the full, ad-free, unabridged audiobook over at vixavonromance.com.
Use VIXA40 at checkout for 40% off any digital product, even the already discounted bundles full of delicious chemistry.
If you want the kiss, the touch, the moment,
you'll find it waiting for you at vixavonromance.com. Afterwards, I hold her, my arms a cage of devotion, my nose buried in her hair. The city is awake now, the sky a soft, hopeful blue. Kira's breathing evens out, her body limp and trusting in a deep, bone-weary sleep. I watch her, my heart a raw, aching thing in my chest, overwhelmed by a love so fierce and protective it could level cities. The betrayal is a scar that will never fade. But as I hold my wife, our child safe between us, I know with a sureness that settles into my very marrow that the war is not over. We are no longer fighting each other, and together we're going to burn our enemies to the ground. Chapter 23. Eugene. I wake to the steady, rhythmic beep of a machine and the soft, unfamiliar weight of a hand resting on my chest. For a disoriented second, I'm adrift. Then it all comes rushing back. The tangled Christmas lights, the sterile fear, the confession that shattered my world, the discovery that remade it, and the woman tucked safely in my arms, her body a warm, living testament to what's at stake. Kira. Her breathing is a slow, deep current against my side. The intimacy of the night, of her trusting herself to sleep in my embrace in this narrow hospital bed, feels both impossibly fragile and more real than the empire I built. It wasn't a fix. It wasn't forgiveness. It was a surrender. A mutual laying down of arms against each other so we could finally face the real enemy. Outside the window, a weak, watery sunlight filters into the room. It's Christmas morning. The world is opening presents, but the only gift I care about is the damning, beautiful data on the laptop and the steady, thrumming heartbeat of my child on the monitor. I don't move, content to just hold her. I watch her sleep. The fierce lines of concentration from last night softened, her face peaceful. I'm overwhelmed by a fierce, protective love so potent, it seems as if it could level cities. I feel her stir, her lashes fluttering against her cheek. She's awake. You're awake, I murmur, my voice thick with sleep. I'm awake, she confirms, her gaze fixed on the IV stand in the corner as she gathers the threads of the last 12 hours. I press a soft, lingering kiss to her shoulder. Merry Christmas, Kira. I feel more than see the bitter laugh that she swallows. Is it? She asks, her voice completely devoid of any holiday cheer. No, I admit, the honesty a raw, clean thing in the quiet room. But we're here. The baby is safe. That's a start. She turns in my arms to face me, and her eyes are clear. The haunted, broken look from yesterday is gone, replaced by a sharp, focused intensity that mirrors my own. She is no longer just my wife. She is my partner. Just as she's about to speak, a knock on the door precedes the entry of her doctor. At the same time, the hospital's PA system crackles to life. A tinny orchestral version of "It's the Most Wonderful Time of the Year" begins to play, a surreal soundtrack to our escape. It's the most wonderful time of the year. The irony is so thick I could choke on it. The doctor smiles warmly. "Well, good morning, Dr. Payne. And happy Christmas. I have good news. Your vitals are perfect. The baby is showing no signs of distress. I see no reason why you can't go home and enjoy the rest of your holiday." "Thank you, Doctor," Kira says, and I can hear the genuine wave of relief in her voice. As the doctor leaves with discharge instructions, the reality of the outside world crashes in. The truce is over. It's time to plan the war. "We can't go back to the penthouse," Kira says, the moment the door clicks shut. Her voice is all business. "We have to assume it's not safe." I'm already nodding, my mind on the same track. I swing my legs out of the bed. "I agree. I have a property. A small hotel I bought as a private investment years ago. It's off the grid, fully staffed with my own people. No connection to pain pharmaceuticals. We can go there. It'll be our command center." "Good," she says, her own mind clearly racing. "While I'm getting dressed, I need you to do something. Anything. Get me a list," she says, her voice firm. "Enemies. Who had the means, motive, and opportunity to sabotage a multi-billion-dollar clinical trial, make it look like a flaw in the drug, and get away clean." This wasn't random, Eugene. This was meticulously planned. An hour later, we're in the back of my car, slipping through the quiet Christmas morning traffic. I watch Kira as she stares out the window, her face a mask of concentration. The intimacy of the hospital bed already feels like a lifetime ago. We are partners now, and the work has begun. The suite at the Savoy Grand is our fortress. As Kira immediately gravitates to the broad mahogany desk to set up the laptop, I place a mug of steaming chamomile tea beside her hand. She doesn't look up, but her fingers find the handle, a small, unconscious acceptance that feels more significant than any words. "Talk to me," I say, leaning against the edge of the desk. "What's the first move, General?" A ghost of a smile touches her lips, but it doesn't reach her eyes. "This Klaus Richter is our trigger man. He was a pawn. We need to know who was moving the pieces." She finally looks up at me, her gaze sharp, analytical. "I need the complete, unredacted chain of custody for every component used in the HERA formulation at the Frankfurt lab, not the summary report. I want the granular data." "That's a mountain of data," I say. "It'll take days for a team to compile." "We don't have days," she counters, her voice like flint. "And we don't use a team. We can't trust anyone. You need to get it yourself. Now." She's right. This is my role. She is the strategist. I am the muscle. I pull out my phone and dial my head of European operations, Henderson. He answers, his voice thick with sleep and irritation. As he starts to complain, the hotel's cheerful holiday music swells. It's the happiest season of all. "Richard," I say in a low growl that cuts through the festive music. "I am invoking executive privilege. I need immediate, top-level access to the Frankfurt Lab's archival logistics server. I want every chain of custody file for Project HERA, and I want it in 5 minutes." He sputters about protocols, about it being Christmas morning, with those holiday greetings and gay happy meetings when friends come to call. "Richard," I interrupt, my voice dropping to a dangerous calm. "If I have to ask you again, my next call will be to Forensic Accounting to authorize a full personal audit of your expense reports for the last 5 years. Am I clear?" The silence on his end is absolute. "Crystal, Eugene," he finally squeaks. I hang up without another word. Kira is watching me, one eyebrow raised. "What?" I ask. "Nothing," she murmurs, turning back to the laptop. "I've just forgotten what you're like when you want something." Before I can decide if that's a compliment or an indictment, my phone chimes with an email from Henderson. For the next hour, we work in a state of intense, silent partnership. I sit beside her, navigating the corporate servers while the music continues its relentless assault of cheer. There will be parties for hosting, marshmallows for toasting, and caroling out in the snow. "Wait," she says suddenly, her finger tapping the screen. "Go back. Manifest 7B4. I pull up the file. "I don't see anything," I say. "You're not looking at what's there. You're looking at what isn't," she counters. "This is the only batch that doesn't have a corresponding receiving scan from the Frankfurt lab." "That's impossible," I say, leaning closer. "They can't formulate a batch they haven't received." "They didn't," she says, pointing to a different line item. "Look, a week later, that same batch number appears on a transfer order from a third-party facility, a place called Biogen Solutions. There'll be scary ghost stories and tales of the glories of Christmases long, long ago." The lyric is so jarring it sends a chill down my spine. We are living our own scary ghost story. I scroll down, my heart beginning to hammer. A redundant quality control screening. Why would we outsource a screening our own lab is more than equipped to handle? "Maybe because you wanted something added to the batch that you didn't want your own people to know about," Kira whispers. My fingers fly across the keyboard, pulling up the financials. It's a 7-figure line item. "Who signed off on this, Eugene?" she asks, her voice tight. I'm already typing, pulling up the authorization codes. My blood runs cold. The signature is my own executive override code. I see the flicker of doubt, the old betrayal, flood her eyes. "I didn't do this," I say, my voice becoming a raw plea. "Kira, I swear to you." A thought, cold and sharp, cuts through my panic. The anonymous tip I'd received months ago, the one that sent me on a wild goose chase after a rival doctor, Alistair Finch. It all happened right when this was authorized. "This is a frame job," I whisper, the pieces clicking into place. I open a new browser and type in the name of the third-party lab, Biogen Solutions. I navigate to their corporate leadership page, to their board of directors. And there it is, a smiling professional headshot, Dr. Alistair Finch. The floor drops out from under me. Kira leans forward, seeing the name. "That's the man you were investigating," she says. "The one you thought was trying to steal your research." The realization hits me not like a punch, but like a slow, creeping poison. I was a puppet. The anonymous tip, the convenient evidence, the transfer to a lab connected to my supposed rival. It was all a meticulously crafted illusion designed to lead me by the hand directly to the wrong culprit. As this horrifying truth dawns on me, the choir in the background swells to its final booming crescendo, a perfect, mocking soundtrack to my utter devastation. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Chapter 24. Eugene. I press the call button. It rings twice. "Dr. Payne," Mike answers, his voice smooth and professional. "Is everything all right?" "Hello, Mike," I say, my tone as sterile as the surgical steel I use. "I'm calling to inform you that you have a new directive." Silence, then. "What?" he finally say, his voice tight. "Is the new directive?" "Your objective is Biogen Solutions. I want a surgical takedown of their entire financial structure. This isn't a trace. It's a deep dive. You will unearth every shell corporation filing, every offshore wire transfer, and every shadow partner ledger. Do not fail to find the original funding source." The pause is shorter this time. "I understand," he says, his voice clipped. "Good," I say and hang up. The name still lingers between us, a toxic vapor in the pristine hotel suite. Alistair Finch. The cheerful holiday music filtering in from the hallway feels like a mocking laugh track. Kira's gaze is sharp, cutting through my shock. She turns from the laptop, her entire focus on me. The strategist in her is already dissecting this new variable. "Eugene, who is he?" she asks, her voice devoid of any emotion except a demand for facts. "Don't tell me he's just a rival. I saw your face. You look like you've seen a ghost." "I have," I say, the words feeling like sandpaper in my throat. I push myself away from the desk, needing distance, needing to pace. An old one. One I thought was long buried. "Unbury him," she commands, her tone leaving no room for evasion. "Now, what is your history with Dr. Alistair Finch?" Before I can answer, before I can even begin to untangle the knot of shame and ambition that is my history with Alistair, my phone buzzes. It's Mike. I look at Kira, an entire conversation passing between us in a single glance. She gives a sharp, decisive nod. I answer, putting the call on speaker. "Talk to me, Mike," I say, my voice a low growl. "Mr. Payne," he begins, his usual smooth professionalism replaced by a note of something else. Respect, maybe even a little fear. "Per Dr. Payne's directive, I've been compiling the data you requested. When you hung up, I assumed the new contract was active." "It is," Kira says from the desk, her voice clear and authoritative. "What have you found?" "I ran the initial trace on Biogen Solutions," Mike says. "It's clean. Too clean. On paper, it's funded by a consortium of European venture capital firms. But that felt neat. So I did what you said, Mr. Payne. I followed the back alleys." I can hear the faint clicking of a keyboard on his end. The VCs are just fronts. Their funding all traces back to a series of shell corporations registered in the Caymans. It's a labyrinth designed to be impenetrable, but they all draw from the same well, a single, private, heavily insulated trust. "Whose trust?" I ask, though I think I already know the answer. A cold dread is beginning to pool in my stomach. "There's no name on it," Mike says. "Just a number. But the trust was established 15 years ago. The initial funding, the seed money, was a wire transfer from a recently closed account at a private Swiss bank." He pauses for effect. An account that belonged to the estate of Alistair Finch's late father. The air leaves my lungs. Kira's sharp intake of breath is the only other sound in the room. "Finch isn't just on the board," I whisper, the horrifying scope of it beginning to dawn on me. "No, sir," Mike replies. "Alistair Finch is Biogen Solutions. He funded the entire thing from the shadows. This wasn't an investment for him. It was a weapon he's been building for a decade and a half." "Keep digging," Kira commands, her voice like ice. "We need to know who else is on his payroll. Specifically, we need a financial link to a man named Klaus Richter, former lab tech at our Frankfurt facility." "Consider it done, Doctor," Mike says, and the line goes dead. I stare at the phone, then at Kira. The room feels like it's shrinking, the walls closing in. This is so much bigger, so much more personal than I ever could have imagined. "Eugene," Kira says again, her voice softer now but no less insistent. "You have to tell me. Who is he to you?" I finally meet her eyes. The time for secrets, for compartmentalizing my past, is over. She has seen the ugliest parts of my present. She deserves the truth of my past. "We were residents together," I begin, the story tasting like ash in my mouth. I walk to the window, staring down at the tiny festive city below. At Johns Hopkins, we were the stars of our program, both ambitious, both brilliant. He was better than me, if I'm being honest. More intuitive. He saw things in the data others missed. "You were partners?" she asks, her voice a quiet prompt. "We were," I confirm. "We were working on a new gene sequencing technique, a way to identify predispositions to certain genetic disorders. It was revolutionary. It was his core theory, my practical application. We were going to change the world together." I let out a harsh, empty laugh. Or so I thought. I turned back to face her. The head of the department, a man named Dr. Collier, was my mentor. He saw the work. He knew it was a Nobel Prize waiting to happen. He pulled me aside one day and made me an offer. The shame of it, even after all these years, is a physical weight. A fast track to an attending position. My own lab, fully funded. A board position at a biotech startup he was advising. Everything I ever wanted. All my father ever wanted for me. Kira's face is unreadable, but her eyes are locked on mine, waiting. "What was the price?" she asked softly. The price was Alistair, I confess. The words a poison I have to spit out. Collier said the paper was stronger with a single author. Cleaner. He told me to put my name on the final research, alone. And you did it. It's not a question. It's a diagnosis. I did it, I say, the admission a fresh wound. I published his life's work, his entire future as my own. It didn't just set him back. It destroyed him. Collier, protecting his new star, accused Alistair of trying to steal my research. He was brought up on an ethics violation. They crucified him. I can see the devastation in her eyes, not just for what I did, but for the man I was. What happened to him? He lost everything, I say, my voice raw. His residency was terminated. The ethics violation blacklisted him. No other program would touch him. His reputation, his career, his name. I took his name, Kira. I took his legacy. The word lingers in the air between us. Legacy. My gaze drops involuntarily to her belly, where our child, my son, my new legacy, is safe. And in that instant, the final horrifying piece of the puzzle slams into place. The world doesn't just tilt, it shatters. This was never about the company. The stock price, the failed trial, the SEC investigation. That was all just noise. Theatricality, as Mike had said. A smokescreen for the real target. I look up at Kira, the horror of it all surely written on my face. My God, I whisper, the realization a cold dread that seeps into my very bones. He's not trying to destroy pain pharmaceuticals. That's just collateral damage. I take a step towards her, my hand reaching out as if to shield her, to shield our son from a ghost I created 15 years ago. Kira, I say, my voice breaking. He's not trying to take my company. He's trying to take my son. He's trying to make me feel the exact same pain I inflicted on him. He's trying to destroy my legacy, the way I destroyed his.
Chapter 25. Kira. The ghost of a man named Alistair Finch materializes in the opulent hotel suite, conjured by Eugene's guilt-ravaged confession. I listen to the story, a sordid tale of ambition and betrayal from 15 years ago, and I feel nothing. The piece of me that would have been shattered by my husband's past sins is already a pile of rubble. The part that is a doctor, a scientist, is listening to a case history, a patient presenting with a complex malignant condition, and I am the specialist called in to consult. Eugene stands by the window, a silhouette against the sunset, looking like a man who has just been handed his own death sentence. He's trying to take my son, he whispers, the words raw with a horror I know intimately. He's trying to destroy my legacy, the way I destroyed his. My hand rests protectively on the curve of my belly. The anger that has been my fuel for the last day solidifies into something colder, harder, a diamond forged under pressure. He already tried, I say, my voice cutting through his despair. He turns from the window, his facial expression confused. The night before last, when I was in that hospital bed, that was his shot, and he missed. I stand up, the plush hotel robe falling around me. I am not the grieving wife. I am not the terrified patient. That woman is gone. You're thinking about this like a tragedy, I continue, my mind working, processing, diagnosing. This isn't a tragedy, Eugene. This is a war. And you've been losing for 15 years because you didn't even know you were fighting. That ends now. How? He asks, his voice shredded. Kira, he's been building this weapon for a decade and a half. He framed me. He poisoned you. He's a ghost in the machine. How do we fight a ghost? You don't, I reply, my mind sifting through variables, assessing risks. Ghosts feed on emotion, on fear, on guilt. I let my gaze sweep over him, taking in his wrecked expression. And you're an all-you-can-eat buffet. A direct assault is what he wants. He wants you to come at him with lawyers and accusations. He's already prepared for that. He's laid a trap, and you're the only one who can't see the jaws. So what do? We have the hard drive. We have the link to Biogen. We have circumstantial evidence. I correct him, my tone sharp, clinical. We have a motive, but we have no proof. We have nothing that a team of his high-priced lawyers couldn't bury in motions and dismissals for the next 10 years. We need something irrefutable. We need a confession. Finch will never confess to anything. Not intentionally, I agree. I begin to pace, the soft rug muffling my footsteps. The plan is beginning to form, a complex diagnostic tree with a single clear path to a cure. This isn't about the money for him, is it? Destroying pain pharmaceuticals is just the method. What does he really want? Eugene watches me, his eyes following my every move. He wants to see me lose everything. He wants to see me humiliated. Exactly. It's about a public execution, I affirm, the final piece of the diagnosis clicking into place. So, what is the single most humiliating thing a man like you, a man like Alistair Finch, could ever imagine? He stares at me, his mind clearly not following my logic. Losing the company? Going to prison? No, I say, stopping in front of him. I look him dead in the eye. That's losing. That's not humiliation. The ultimate humiliation for a predator, for an alpha, is to be forced to bend the knee to his rival. It's to have to admit that the person you hate is better than you. A flicker of understanding dawns in his eyes. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting you give him exactly what he wants, I say, the plan now fully formed, cold and beautiful and terrifying in its simplicity. You're going to offer to sell him your company. The shock on his face is absolute. You're insane. That's not a plan, Kira. That's suicide. That's handing him the victory. Is it? I challenge. Or is it the one thing he would never expect? You're not going to offer to sell it to him from a position of strength. You're going to go to him as a broken man. You're going to tell him the SEC is closing in, that the board is calling for your head, that the rumors of the buried data are true. You're going to tell him that he has won. He will laugh in my face. Of course he will. I agree. He will gloat. He will savor it. And then, you are going to appeal to the one thing that is more powerful than his hatred for you, his ego. You are going to say that the only way to save the company, to save your father's legacy, is for a brilliant mind to take over. Going to tell him that you want to propose a merger between Pain Pharmaceuticals and Biogen Solutions. You will tell him you want to serve on his board. The color drains from his face. I can't do that. You can, I say, my voice unyielding. You will feed his narcissism until he is fat and sleepy with it. You will distract the predator with the kill so he doesn't notice the real hunter setting a trap. I pick up my phone. And while you are distracting him, Mike is going to get us the proof. I conference Mike in. He answers immediately. I'm here, doctor. Mike, I begin, my voice crisp, a general giving orders. The plan has changed. We are no longer just investigating. We are setting a trap. Eugene is going to make contact with Alistair Finch. He is going to propose a merger. It will be a complex, data-heavy negotiation. It will require Finch to open his secure servers and networks to a degree he never would under normal circumstances. Are you following? I am, Mike says, his voice tight with excitement. While his firewalls are down for the due diligence phase, you want me to go in. I want you to live in his system, I clarify. I need a direct, irrefutable link between Alistair Finch and our man in Frankfurt, Klaus Richter. A money trail, a transfer order, an encrypted email. I don't care what it is, but it needs to be a kill shot. Something that will put Finch in a prison cell for the rest of his life. There's a long pause. Eugene is staring at me, his expression a mixture of terror and awe. "It's a high-wire act, Doctor," Mike finally says. "If I get caught, the blowback on Mr. Payne will be catastrophic." "You won't get caught," I say with a certainty I don't entirely feel but have to project. This is the only way. I disconnect the call and turn my full attention to my husband. He looks shattered, the weight of what I'm asking him to do settling on his shoulders. He has to willingly walk into the lion's den and offer up his own throat. "It's insane," he whispers. "It's the biggest gamble of my life." "No," I say, my voice softening just a fraction, the doctor gentling the patient before the most painful part of the procedure. "The biggest gamble of your life was thinking you could lie to me and get away with it." I take a step closer, my hand coming up to rest on his chest, right over his heart. "This is just the bill coming due, for Finch and for you. A chance to finally, definitively choose a side." I hold his gaze as the silence stretches, thick and heavy with the choice he has to make. I am no longer a pawn in his game. I am the queen on the board, and I have just dictated the next move. Are you in or are you out? Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 26. Kira. The suite at the Savoy Grand is a gilded cage. Outside, the city glitters with the last vestiges of Christmas night, a celebration that feels like it happened on another planet. Inside, the only sounds are the soft click of my laptop keyboard and the quiet, heavy sound of Eugene breathing. The battle plans are laid. The trap is set. All that's left is the waiting, and the waiting is worse than the fight. He stands by the floor-to-ceiling window, staring down at the river of headlights on the street below. He's been standing there for an hour, a statue of a man carved from tension. He thinks I'm finalizing the details of our attack on Finch. I'm not. I'm watching him. I'm watching the man who is about to walk into the lion's den, and I realize with a sudden gut-wrenching clarity that we've planned for every contingency except the most important one. I close the laptop. The sudden silence makes him flinch. He turns from the window, his face a carefully constructed mask of readiness. It's his CEO face. It's a lie. "We need to talk," I say, my voice quiet but firm in the vast room. He nods, his jaw tight. "About the timeline for Mike's breach? I agree. If Finch moves up the meeting, no," I cut him off gently. "Not about Finch, not about Mike or Klaus Richter or the SEC. I hold his gaze, letting the weight of my next words settle between us. About us, about the ruins." The mask cracks. The carefully managed composure dissolves, leaving behind the shattered, exhausted man I saw on his knees in my hospital room. He walks over to the ridiculously well-stocked bar and pours 2 fingers of amber liquid into a heavy crystal glass. He doesn't offer me one. He just stares into the glass as if it holds the answers to questions he's afraid to ask. "There's nothing left to say, Kira?" he finally murmurs, his back to me. I confessed. "You have the evidence. What more is there?" There's the why, I counter, my voice still quiet, still relentless. I have the what, Eugene. I have the data points of your betrayal, but I don't have the why. And without that, whatever this is, it's just a business arrangement, and I need to know who I'm in business with. He takes a long swallow of his drink, the sound of it harsh in the silence. He turns, leaning back against the bar, the glass held loosely in his hand. You want to know why I buried the data? Why I pushed the trial forward? I want to know why you didn't trust me, I clarify. Your wife? Your partner? The mother of your first child? Why was I not the first person you came to when you saw that red flag in the data? Why did you choose a secret over me? He stares at me, and his eyes are filled with a self-loathing so profound it's almost black. Because I'm a coward. The admission is so blunt, so utterly devoid of excuse, it catches me off guard. You're many things, Eugene, I reply, standing and walking slowly towards him. A coward has never been one of them. Hasn't it? He lets out a harsh, empty laugh. I've spent my entire life terrified of one thing, failing to live up to the name Pain. My father built an empire, and he handed it to me with one simple expectation. Make it bigger, make it better, be more. He swirls the liquid in his glass. Project Hera wasn't just a drug, Kira. It was my masterpiece, my Sistine Chapel. It was going to be the thing that finally, definitively, made me more than just my father's son. And you were willing to risk lives for that? No, he says, his gaze dropping to the floor. I was willing to risk a statistical anomaly. I told myself it was a manageable risk. I let the CEO make a decision that the father, never should have. I put the legacy before the family. He looks up at me, his face wrecked with the truth of it. That's the what. You wanted the why. He sets the glass down with a heavy clink. The why is because I didn't trust you to understand. No, that's not right. He corrects himself, forcing the uglier truth to the surface. I didn't trust myself. I was afraid that if I came to you, my brilliant, ethical doctor wife, and I told you there was a risk, however small, you would tell me to stop. And I couldn't stop. The ambition, the need to prove myself was a sickness, and I was afraid you would be the cure. So you chose the disease, I whisper, the cold clinical diagnosis of our marriage hanging between us. I chose the disease, he confirms, his voice raw. And in doing so, I made you a casualty of it. I treated you like a variable, something to be managed and protected, not a partner to confide in. I surrounded you with spies and security because I wasn't sure how to surround you with the truth. And that is the great, unforgivable sin of my life. The silence that follows is profound. He has offered up the ugliest part of himself with no expectation of forgiveness. He has simply confessed. The air is permeated with his brutal honesty. And I know, with a sudden, painful clarity, that it's my turn. After we lost him, I begin, my voice trembling slightly, as I approach the memory of our first son, a place I have kept walled off, even from myself. After the funeral, you tried to talk to me. You would come home and you would just sit in the quiet with me. You tried to hold my hand. He nods, his eyes shining with the memory of a pain so deep it has no words. And I wouldn't let you in. I continue, the admission a shard of glass in my throat. Every time you looked at me, I saw my own failure reflected in your eyes. I saw the empty nursery. I saw the silence. And I couldn't bear it. It was easier to blame you, to hate the CEO who was never home, than it was to grieve with the husband who had lost his son. I take a shaky breath. You built walls of lies and surveillance, Eugene, but I built walls of my own. I built them out of silence and grief and anger. And I locked you out. I chose to be a patient, a victim, because I didn't know how to be a wife to a man who was in as much pain as I was. He looks at me, and I see the full, devastating scope of our shared tragedy. We were two people drowning, and instead of holding on to each other, we were clawing at each other, pulling each other further under. He takes a hesitant step towards me, closing the space between us. He doesn't touch me. He just stands there, his hands open at his sides. A surrender. "I'm so sorry, Kira," he whispers. "For the man I was. For the husband I failed to be." "I'm sorry too," I reply, a single tear tracing a hot path down my cheek. "For the wife I couldn't be when you needed one the most." The air between us is clean now, purged. The lies and the silences have all been burned away, leaving only the raw, scarred truth of who we are. Two broken, flawed people who have done unforgivable things to each other. I reach out, my fingers trembling slightly, and take his hand. His skin is warm, his grip instantly firm, anchoring. The simple contact is a promise. "I don't know if us is fixable," I say, the sentence of fragile, terrifying truth. I look from our joined hands to his eyes, letting him see everything. The doubt, the fear, the flicker of something I thought was long dead. "I don't know if we can ever get back to what we were." I take a breath, gathering all the courage I have left. But finally, I want to try.
Chapter 27. Eugene. The private dining room at the Laurent is a tomb of polished mahogany and muted gold. It's a place designed for silent, bloodless corporate assassinations, which makes it the perfect venue for tonight. Across the table, Alistair Finch sips his wine, his face a mask of perfectly calibrated sympathy. He oozes smug satisfaction from every pore. He's a predator who has cornered his wounded rival, and he is savoring the moment before the kill. "Eugene, my boy, you look terrible," he says, his voice becoming a smooth, deep purr of concern. It's the voice of a viper pretending to be a kitten. "This whole SEC business, a tragedy. Your father, God rest his soul, would be devastated." I force myself to slump in my chair, to let my shoulders round, to project the image of a broken man. Every instinct screams at me to tear his throat out, but I am not here as Eugene Payne, CEO. I'm here as Kira's weapon, and the weapon must be patient. "It's worse than the rumors, Alistair," I say, letting my voice crack just so. I run a hand over my face, a gesture of pure exhaustion. "They have everything. The board is calling for my head. I'm ruined." He leans forward, his eyes glittering with a sick, triumphant light. "I tried to warn you years ago. This reckless expansion, the German lab, it was a vanity project. You flew too close to the sun." "You were right," I concede, the words tasting like poison. I let the lie sit there, a fat, juicy piece of bait. "The HEA project is a disaster. The liability is going to sink the company. Everything my father built. Gone." "A pity," he says, but he's practically vibrating with joy. This is the moment. I take a breath, selling the final desperate piece of the illusion. "That's why I'm here. You were right about the science, Alistair. You were always the more brilliant mind. Payne Pharmaceuticals needs a visionary to save it, not a bean counter like me. I want to propose a merger. Biogen absorbs Payne. I'll step down, of course. I'd like a seat on your board, to protect my father's name." His smile is a slow, predatory thing. He believes it. The sheer, unadulterated ego of my surrender is too delicious for him to question. He thinks he's won. "An interesting proposal, Eugene," he says, steepling his fingers. "I'd need to see your books, of course. Full, transparent due diligence. Access to your servers, your financials, your clinical archives. Whatever you need," I say, the picture of a man with no cards left to play. As he launches into a self-aggrandizing monologue about his vision for a new, combined company, my phone, resting on my thigh beneath the table, gives a short, sharp vibration. Once, twice. The signal. Mike is in. He has it. Alistair is still talking, his voice a meaningless drone. And under my leadership, we can restore the pain name to its former. I hold up a hand. The movement is so abrupt it cuts him off mid-sentence. I slowly sit up straight, my posture shifting from defeated to dominant. I unbutton my suit jacket, lean back in my chair, and meet his gaze. The mask is gone. He blinks, confused by the sudden change. Eugene? Tell me something, Alistair, I begin, my voice a low, conversational calm that is more threatening than any shout. The transfer from your family's trust to the shell corporation that funded Biogen, was that before or after you hired Klaus Richter? The color drains from his face. The smug satisfaction curdles into a waxy, pale confusion. What the hell are you talking about? Or maybe the question is, I continue, ignoring him, when you used my executive override code to authorize the transfer of batch 7B4 to your lab for redundant screening, did you ever, for 1 second, think I'd be stupid enough not to have a digital failsafe that tracks every use of that code? His mouth opens and closes like a fish on a hook. This is insane. You're babbling. The pressure has gotten to you. Has it? I lean forward, placing my hands flat on the polished table. Because Mike, he's my security guy. You've probably seen his reports, the ones my wife now has copies of. He seems to think my pressure is just fine. In fact, he just sent me a very interesting file. A compressed, encrypted file containing the complete, unredacted wire transfer from a shell core you control to a private account in the Cayman Islands belonging to one Klaus Richter. The payment was processed a week before he contaminated the saline solution at the Frankfurt lab. His arrogance finally shatters, replaced by a raw, naked fear. You have no proof. I have everything, I say, my voice dropping to a whisper. I have the manifests. I have the authorization code. I have the money trail. And most importantly, Alistair, I have the motive. I let the silence stretch, watching him sweat. You wanted to destroy my legacy. You wanted me to feel what it was like to have your life's work stolen, to have your name dragged through the mud. You wanted to take my son. You deserved it, he snarls, the cornered rat finally baring its teeth. You stole my life. I was just taking yours back. You failed, I say, the words a final clean cut. My wife, the one you tried to poison, is smarter than you. My son, the one you tried to kill, is safe. And my legacy, I say, standing up, my chair scraping against the floor, is secure. I throw a black credit card on the table. Dinner's on me. I walk away without a backward glance, leaving him to his fate. The feds will have the file in an hour. It's over. The drive back to the hotel is a silent, high-speed blur. The adrenaline of the confrontation sings in my veins, a wild, triumphant song. It's over. The ghost is vanquished. But the victory feels hollow, incomplete. It's not real until I can lay it at her feet. I open the door to the suite, and she's standing by the window, a dark, beautiful silhouette against the glittering scape of the city. She turns, and the question is in her eyes, sharp and clear. It's done, I say, my voice hoarse, raw. She doesn't smile. She just nods, a slow, profound gesture of acknowledgement. The war is over. And now, the spoils. I cross the room in 3 long strides, the space between us an intolerable void. My hands find her waist, pulling her flush against me, my body thrumming with a desperate, possessive energy. I couldn't have done it without you, I murmur, burying my face in the soft, fragrant curve of her neck. She smells like her, like home, like everything I almost lost and fought like a dog to get back. I know, she whispers, her arms wrapping around my neck. her body melting into mine. The tension of the last few days, the fear, the adrenaline, it all coalesces into a single violent need. A need to feel her, to claim this victory, to brand this moment into our skin. Well, that escalated fast, and unfortunately, it escalated right past what this platform allows.
To keep giving you free audiobooks, we've got to cut things off here before they flag us into next week.
But the full, heart-racing, naughty version?
That's ready for you at BWWM along with an entire collection of unabridged romance audiobooks and ebooks.
Use VIXA40 to get 40% off your digital purchase, even on those already discounted bundles.
If you want every heated whisper, every tangled moment, every "oh my God, they're really doing this,"
you know where to find it. So don't wait. Go to VixaVaughnRomance.com and feel the heat at a discount. Later, I carry her to bed. I hold her as she sleeps, her head tucked under my chin, my hands splayed protectively over our son. The anger and the grief haven't vanished. The betrayal is a scar we will both carry forever. But as I hold my wife in my arms, I know, with a truth that settles into my very marrow, that we are not just survivors. We are the victors. And our life, this hard-won, beautiful, messy life, is just beginning.
Chapter 28. Kira. I wake up in a bed that feels vast and unfamiliar, the silk sheets a whisper against my skin. The morning light filtering through the heavy drapes of the hotel suite is soft and forgiving. For a disoriented moment, the world is quiet. The only sound is the slow, steady rhythm of Eugene's breathing beside me. He's still asleep, his face peaceful for the first time in what feels like a lifetime. One of his arms draped protectively over my waist, I slide out of bed, careful not to wake him, and pull on the plush hotel robe. The triumphant, violent passion of last night feels like a fever dream, a necessary exorcism. Today, in the quiet light of day, the reality of what comes next begins to settle. I walk into the living area of the suite and turn on the television, keeping the volume low. It takes less than 5 minutes. A breaking news banner flashes across the bottom of the screen. A polished anchor with perfect hair and a somber expression is speaking. Dr. Alistair Finch, the renowned biochemist and head of the private research firm Biogen Solutions, was taken into federal custody from his home in the early hours of this morning. Sources say the arrest is linked to an ongoing SEC investigation into pain pharmaceuticals. I watch a grainy photo of Finch, the same one from the Biogen website, flash on the screen. He's smiling. I stare at the image and feel a profound clinical distance. There is no satisfaction, no surge of victory. Just the quiet, detached observation of a disease that has been successfully excised. Eugene walks to my side, his focus absolute. "Are you okay?" he asks, his eyes searching mine, not for signs of fear, but for fractures, for trauma. It feels unreal, I admit, like watching a movie about someone else's life. "It is real," he says, his hand coming to rest on the small of my back, a warm, steadying pressure. "He's gone, Kira. He can't hurt us anymore. I will spend the rest of my life making sure of that. This is over." His phone buzzes on the coffee table. He glances at the screen. The board is convening in 30 minutes. Arthur Vance is demanding a full emergency session. "What are you going to tell them?" I ask, turning my attention from the news report to him. This is the real test. "The truth," he says without a moment's hesitation. He starts pacing, not with anxiety, but with a restless, focused energy. The whole, unvarnished, ugly truth. No spin, no corporate speak. He dials into the conference call, and for the next hour, I am a silent witness to the birth of a new man. I listen as he faces down the snarling wolves on his board. "No, Arthur, there will be no carefully worded press release," Eugene says, his voice a blade of calm authority. The statement that goes out this morning will be my full, unredacted confession of the company's and my own initial failure to see this for what it was. It will detail the sabotage, and it will name Dr. Alistair Finch as the perpetrator. I can hear the apoplectic sputtering of Arthur Vance through the phone speaker. You'll destroy us. The shareholders will revolt. The failure was mine, Arthur, not the institution's. Eugene counters, his voice like steel. And I will own it. Furthermore, the statement will make one thing perfectly clear. This act of corporate terrorism was uncovered not by our internal security, but by my wife, Dr. Kira Payne. Her medical expertise and her relentless investigation are the sole reasons Finch is in custody. She will be given full and public credit. A swell of something warm and unfamiliar blooms in my chest. Pride. The stock price, Eugene continues, his voice unwavering, is the cost of the truth. We will absorb it. We will be transparent. And we will rebuild, brick by brick, on a foundation of honesty. If any of you have a problem with that, your resignations will be accepted by the end of the day. End of discussion. He hangs up, the silence profound. He looks at me, his eyes searching mine. Was that the right move? It was the only move, I reply softly. So, he says into my hair, what now, partner? We can't stay in this fortress forever. The question hangs in the air. There is a life, a real one waiting for us. I want to go home, I say, the words surprising me with their certainty. He pulls back, his expression immediately serious, cautious. Kira, listen to me. You don't have to, ever. We can sell the penthouse. We can burn it to the ground and dance on the ashes, I don't care. We can move to Paris. I'll buy an island, whatever you want. That place is filled with ghosts. You do not have to face them. I look at this man who is willing to liquidate his life for my comfort, and I feel the last of the ice around my heart finally crack. I know, I say, my voice steady. But there are ghosts, Eugene, and it's our home. It was a cage because we were prisoners in it. We're not prisoners anymore. I meet his gaze, my own resolve hardening. I don't want to run. I want to rebuild. I want to go home. A look of profound relief and sheer admiration washes over his face. Okay, we go home. He frames my face with his hands, his thumb stroking my cheeks. But you have to promise me something. If a single shadow in that place makes you feel unsafe, if one memory makes it hard to breathe, you tell me, and I will have the walls torn down myself. Deal? Deal, I whisper. An hour later, he's holding the door to our penthouse open for me. I take a hesitant step inside. The air smells the same, of clean marble and citrus. The afternoon light streams through the massive windows. But something is different. Eugene comes to stand beside me, his hand finding mine, his fingers lacing through mine. I know this place holds a lot of pain, he says softly, his gaze sweeping over the silent, familiar space. But we're going to fill it with so much life. So much noise and laughter and stupid arguments about what to watch on TV. We're going to fill it with so much love that it drowns out the silence for good. This is our blank canvas, Kira. We can paint whatever future we want right here. I look at the empty living room, the sprawling white sofa, the vacant spaces on the walls. He's right. This silence isn't empty anymore. It's waiting. I squeeze his hand, a small, genuine smile finally reaching my eyes. It's not a cage anymore, I say, my voice trembling just a little. It's a home waiting to be filled.
Chapter 29. Eugene. Dr. Annalise Harding's office is aggressively neutral. The walls are a calming shade of gray that I find vaguely insulting. The chairs are plush but firm, designed for maximum comfort during maximum discomfort. The whole room is a carefully constructed stage for emotional evisceration, and I feel like an animal in a cage. I sit stiffly, my suit jacket buttoned, my hands resting on my knees. A CEO in a boardroom. A king in a foreign court. Any role but the one I'm actually here to play. A husband who has comprehensively failed. Kira sits beside me, a quiet, solid presence. She isn't looking at me. Her focus is entirely on the woman opposite us, a sharp, intelligent-looking woman in her 50s, with eyes that seem to see right through the expensive armor of my suit. "So," Dr. Harding begins, her voice calm and even. "Kira, you said on the phone that you've been through a significant trauma, and you're here to discuss how to move forward. Eugene, how does hearing her frame it that way land with you?" It's a verbal trap, and I walk right into it. "It's an accurate assessment of the situation," I say, my voice coming out formal, detached. "There was a clear and present threat, which has now been neutralized. We're here to strategize the rebuilding phase." Dr. Harding jots a note on her pad. Kira lets out a soft, almost imperceptible sigh beside me. "Rebuilding phase," the doctor repeats, her gaze unwavering. "That's an interesting term. It suggests a structure that has been demolished. Do you feel demolished, Eugene?" I search for the right word, the corporate term that can safely contain the chaos inside me. "I feel like we've weathered a significant market correction. The fundamentals are still strong, but the infrastructure needs to be reinforced." "He means he's terrified," Kira says quietly. I flinch. Her voice isn't accusatory. It's a simple, clinical translation. She's my partner, even here. She's speaking the language I can't. Dr. Harding turns her full attention to me. "Is that right, Eugene? Is that what your wife is correctly diagnosing? Are you terrified?" The word hangs in the air, naked and ugly. I'm a man who has faced down hostile takeovers, federal regulators, and corporate spies. I do not do terror. But sitting here, under the weight of Kira's quiet gaze, the lie tastes like ash in my mouth. "Yes," I finally force out, the single word a betrayal of every defense mechanism I have. The prospect of losing my wife and my son. It was an unacceptable outcome. "Unacceptable outcome," Dr. Harding muses. "Another business term. Let's try another way. Forget the husband for a moment. Forget the CEO. When you sat in that hospital, what did the man, Eugene, feel?" I look at Kira, at the gentle curve of her belly beneath her dress. I remember the cold dread, the absolute, gut-wrenching powerlessness. "He felt useless," I admit, the confession a raw, unfamiliar thing. "My entire life, my value has been in my ability to fix things, to control the variables, to force a win, and I couldn't do anything. I couldn't make her blood pressure go down. I couldn't make the baby's heart beat stronger. I just had to sit there and wait." I look back at the doctor. "I'm not good at waiting." "No," she agrees, a flicker of something like understanding in her eyes. "You're good at acting. So you acted. You lied. You spied. You tried to manage the situation, to control the variable. And in doing so, you became the greatest threat of all." Her words are a clean, surgical cut, straight to the heart of the disease. I have no defense. All I can do is nod. The hour continues like that, a brutal, painstaking excavation of my failures, my fears, my flawed programming. Kira says very little. She just sits there, a silent, powerful witness to my unwinding. She doesn't need to speak. Her presence is the entire point. When we leave, the city air feels sharp and clean in my lungs. We don't talk on the drive home. There's nothing left to say. The work has been done for today. Back at the penthouse, a large, flat-packed box is leaning against the wall in the foyer. "What's this?" I ask. "It's the crib," Kira says, a small, hopeful smile touching her lips. "It was delivered this morning." I look at the box, then at her. I'll call my facilities manager. He can have a team here within the hour to assemble it. No, she says, her voice gentle but firm. No teams, no managers. She picks up the box of screws and the slim, cryptic instruction manual. Just us. For the next 3 hours, I am engaged in the single most humbling task of my entire adult life. The instruction manual is written in a form of minimalist Swedish hieroglyphics that I am convinced is a secret intelligence test designed to identify the functionally incompetent. This makes no sense, I mutter, trying to force a wooden dowel into a hole that is clearly, scientifically, too small. The physics are wrong. This is a design flaw. Or, Kira says, peering over my shoulder, a playful light in her eyes. You have it upside down, again. She points to the diagram. See? The little smiley face on the drawing has to be facing up. It's not a smiley face, it's a schematic representation of a torque screw access point, I grumble, but I flip the piece over. The dowel slides in perfectly. I look at her, and she's trying and failing to suppress a grin. Don't say it, I warn. I wasn't going to say anything, she lies, her eyes dancing. I was just going to observe that perhaps the man who can navigate a hostile SEC inquiry needs to occasionally trust the instructions. The instructions are vague and condescending, I retort, but there's no heat in it. I pick up the next piece, carefully consulting the little booklet. I'm not in charge. I'm not innovating or delegating or forcing a solution. I'm just following the instructions, with her. When we finally slot the last piece into place, we stand back, a matched set of sweat and accomplishment. The crib is simple, made of a light, honey-colored wood. It's sturdy. It's real. It's a physical manifestation of the work we've been doing. Building something new, piece by painful, complicated piece. The following Saturday, we are in the nursery. The walls are a calming, hopeful shade of sky blue. We're in old clothes, splattered with paint, working in a comfortable, easy silence that would have been unimaginable a month ago. A soft breeze drifts in from the open window, carrying the sounds of the city. I'm on a ladder, carefully cutting in the paint along the ceiling, when I feel something cold and wet on my nose. I look down. Kira is standing at the bottom of the ladder, a paintbrush in her hand, and a look of pure, unadulterated mischief on her face. A dab of blue paint sits perfectly on the tip of my nose. For a second, the old Eugene surfaces. The man who hates messes, who demands order, who doesn't have time for this kind of frivolity. I feel my jaw tighten, a reflexive annoyance. And then I see her. Her head is thrown back and she is laughing. Not a small, polite smile. Not a quiet chuckle. It is a full, carefree, musical laugh that fills the entire room. It's a sound I thought was lost forever, a casualty of the war we waged on each other. It's the most beautiful sound I have ever heard. The tension in my shoulders melts away. A slow grin spreads across my face. I dip my own brush into the tray, getting a generous amount of blue on the bristles. Oh, it's on, baby, I say, a vow and a promise all in one. I come down the ladder and she squeals, darting away as I advance on her, paintbrush held high. Her laughter echoes through our quiet, waiting home, and I know, with a certainty that settles deep in my bones, that this is the only legacy that will ever matter.
Chapter 30. Kira. The penthouse is alive. A warm golden light spills from every room, mingling with the glittering cacophony of the city lights outside. The air is rich with the aroma of mulled wine from the kitchen and the sound of laughter. A soft, soulful jazz melody weaves through it all, a gentle counterpoint to the happy chaos. I remain in the doorway of the nursery, one hand resting on the full, tight globe of my belly, just feeling the vibrations of the party, our annual holiday gathering. A year ago, the thought of filling this space with people, with noise, with life, would have been my own personal hell. Tonight it feels like a resurrection. Hiding from your adoring fans, Doctor? I turn to see Dahlia approaching, a warm, genuine smile on her face. She's holding 2 glasses of sparkling cider. She hands one to me. Thought you might be thirsty. You've been holding court all night. Just catching my breath, I say, taking a grateful sip. The bubbly sweetness is a welcome treat. And admiring my handiwork. I nod towards the nursery, now complete with its sky blue walls and the simple honey-colored crib we built together. It's beautiful, Kira, Dahlia says, her gaze soft. You seem good. Really good? We're doing the work, I reply, the simple phrase holding the weight of 1,000 therapy sessions, 1,000,000 difficult conversations. It's the truest thing I can say. She raises her glass. To the work, then. To the work, I echo. She leaves me to my quiet moment, and my gaze drifts back to the party. I scan the crowd, my eyes searching for him. I find him, not by the bar holding court with his board members, but on the floor by the fireplace. He's on his hands and knees, his suit jacket discarded, his sleeves rolled up, completely engrossed in helping Mike's 5-year-old daughter, Erica, build an impossibly tall tower of magnetic blocks. Erica places the last block on top, and the tower wobbles precariously. Eugene holds his breath, his entire body tensed in solidarity. The tower holds. Erica claps her hands in delight, and Eugene, he laughs. It's not the polite corporate chuckle I was so used to. It is a full, unburdened, joyous sound that cuts through the din of the party and finds me from across the room. It's the sound of a man at peace, a happy man. My husband. As if he can feel me watching, he looks up. His eyes find mine, and the world narrows to the space between us. His smile transforms, the public joy softening into something private, intimate, and meant only for me. It's a smile that holds the memory of our battles, the heat of our victories, and the quiet promise of our future. He mouths the words, a secret just for us. I love you. A warmth spreads through my chest, so strong, so potent that it makes my breath catch. I smile back, a real, unburdened smile, and press my palm to my heart. Later, the last guest has departed. The house is quiet, filled with the pleasant, lingering scent of the party and the soft glow of the Christmas tree. I'm standing by the window, tracing the path of a boat on the dark river below, when his arms slide around me from behind. He rests his hands over mine on our son. Best party we've ever thrown, he murmurs, his chin resting on my shoulder. It was, I agree, leaning back into his solid warmth. Erica has officially named you the best block builder in the tri-state area. I think you have a new calling if this CEO thing doesn't work out. He chuckles, a low, pleasant rumble against my back. I think I'm just finding my priorities. He presses a soft kiss to my temple. You were incredible tonight. Radiant. I'm the size of a planet, Eugene. You are the most beautiful planet in the universe. He counters without missing a beat. He turns me in his arms, his gaze serious, tender. Are you happy, my wife? I am, I whisper, the admission easy, true. Are you? Happy doesn't even begin to cover it. He says, voice heavy with an emotion that needs no name. He cups my face, his thumb stroking my cheek. Let's go to bed. In our room, the only light is the glittering cityscape, a universe of tiny stars laid out before us. He undresses me with a slow, tender reverence that makes my skin tingle. His gaze isn't hungry, it's worshipful. His hands, so strong and capable, are impossibly gentle as they trace the new full curves of my body. I know, we were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM.romance.com.
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixAvaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going.
We lie tangled together in the quiet dark. My head is on his chest, his heartbeat a steady, reassuring drum beneath my ear. I'm tracing idle patterns on his skin when I feel it. A strong, definitive kick from deep inside me, a little foot pressing out, as if to say, I'm here. I take Eugene's large, warm hand and guide it to the spot. His breath hitches as he feels the movement against his palm. He knows, he whispers, his voice thick with emotion. He knows we're finally safe. He laces his fingers through mine, holding my hand against our son. I lift his hand to my lips, pressing a soft kiss to his knuckles, and then pull him closer, resting my head back in its perfect place on his chest. The silence in the room isn't empty anymore. It's full. It's waiting. I am home.